Everybody, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. How's the sound coming in? How's the video? Let me know how we're doing. There's not a whole lot going on right now, so we're not missing much. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Yeah, there's a shortage of nannies here in Jaco, Costa Rica, so we're doing our best to find one. Good news is we found a driver to take the kid to school. But now we need a nanny because most nannies don't have a driver's license in Costa Rica because it's kind of a luxury to drive here. So let me know if you can hear me. A bit low. Is it low for everybody? Maybe I have to speak louder. Morning, Jose. Morning, Louie. Hey, how's the mic volume for everybody? Can you guys all kind of turn up your volume and see how it is? So for Jose, it's good. For JT, it's low. JT, is it still low? Ralph, it's fine. Gluey, how is it? We'll get all the kinks worked out. I'm looking for the Shura mic. And I think it will help when I have my mic back on my boom arm. I just got to figure out how to mount it on to where I'm streaming from. We'll figure that out. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's see. Trying to think about if I can raise the mic so it's closer. Let me see if I can find something to set the mic on. Then it'll be closer to where I'm speaking. Hang on, guys. Give me a sec. Because I kind of like when I watch some of my streams back as well, I kind of would want the volume a little louder. Just give me a sec. All right, let's see. See if this will stay on here. How's that? Is that better if it's high up like that? Now I've got a little higher up. I've got it on a box. It's very professional. It's a plastic food box. I can show you guys. Not bad. Hey, Lily. All right, let me know if that's better, guys, because now it's kind of JT, is it a little better? It's kind of more like in front of my mouth now. It's closer instead of me having to get down like this. Okay, good. So it's probably something like that. All right, well, we'll do the best we can today. Hope you guys are all doing well. Let's go ahead and jump. By the way, I got this lava stone bracelet, and the point of wearing this is every time I look at it, I'm going to train my mind to hold longer, and when I know I'm right, to add more contracts, because that's something I'm working on. I make good money, I'm consistent, but there are many times where I know I'm right and I've got to hold longer, and I've got to add. So I'm going to work on that. Good morning, Andreas. How you doing, my friend? So this is the hold and add bracelet. So guys, if we're in a trade, you guys do me a favor. It's team effort, right? Just ask me. If I'm thinking about closing something, say, Andy, should you be holding and adding? You know, that would be helpful. All right, let's go ahead and get into the analysis here. Well, the analysis is done from last night in the end of day analysis. And you guys can see the screen okay. I don't think YouTube has switched my screen settings today, which is nice. So, so gold, kind of waiting to see if we get up here. I don't know if we will. That's our resistance zone. Silver, I really like this support zone. By the way, can you guys see my mouse? I can see it on the screen. Let me know if you can see my mouse. Otherwise, I have my drawing tools that I will use as well. But just let me know. Can you see the mouse? Guten Morgen, meine Freunde, Andreas. Was that correct, Andreas? Okay, Ralph, you can see the mouse. Good. Awesome. So, and Andreas will let me know how my German is, even though he's Austrian. But they speak German. They speak Hochdeutsch, I think. All right. So silver, I'm looking for a move down in here because look on the daily, you've got a lot of confluence of DMLs, support coming in right there, envelope bottom, core DML, congestion DML. The congestion DMLs are rising. That's important. Guys, make a note. Rising congestion DMLs. We're heading up. And remember, we got that really good monthly pocket support on silver. I think silver's going to head a lot higher. So that's why I'm willing to bet on this daily pocket, right? So that's really important. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Andreas. Guys, I got an A in my German lesson today. It's a win for me. All right, so silver, we're waiting for down in here. And why am I waiting? Well, because that's where all that support is, right? So, you know, that's what I want to wait for. Copper, I decided to really not do anything today. And the reason for that, the daily doesn't look bad on copper here. I mean, it really doesn't. You've got, you know, everything you guys who are, you know, in the members area, taking the course, you guys know all this stuff, but there's your pocket right there, right? And then you've got that support zone did hold on close. And then you've got that support zone there. That's not bad. The thing with copper that kind of threw me off, if you look at the analysis video from last night, is the weekly chart just looks weird to me. We're kind of coming out of a big, you know, weird resistance pocket, and I don't want to mess with the daily when the weekly chart looks like that, right? Does that make sense? So that's why copper I'm kind of not focused on today. Platinum, I'm waiting for a bit of a deeper pullback just because we've ripped so much the last couple of weeks. Ultra bonds, not really sure what they want to do today, to be honest. Crude, I mean, crude's just, for you guys in London, I mean, you guys are lucky guys. Look at this. So, okay, yesterday, you remember in the end of day analysis video.
But my daddy just wants me here.
Oh, Lily, I'm working. So I'll tell you what, do you want a sticker today? I love you. You want to give me a hug and say,
Give me my 2 stickers on my picture. I'm listening to her.
okay, this is really important. You know how we go to the store and buy toys sometimes, like this weekend? The only way that I can buy a toy for you this weekend, if you're good all week, is if I make money trading the Nasdaq this week. Would you like me to make money or no?
Yeah.
Okay, then you need to go out there because this is how I make money. Okay?
Choose an outfit and then Dad is gonna lock the door.
Okay.
So we don't need
Choose an outfit and go. And give me a hug. I love you. Come here. I gotta work. Hey, come here. I love you. Come here. You want a hug me or no? Here, give me a hug. I love you.
But you haven't given me my sticker yet.
Oh, mommy will give it to you for me.
Yeah.
I love you. You're gonna have a great day. I miss you, and I'll see you when you get out. So
Mommy needs to take care of the baby.
no, because Grandma's helping. Okay, so now I've been friendly, right? Now I'm gonna count to 3 and be not friendly if you don't listen.
Go
Sorry.
here, get your outfits.
Yeah, please listen, so I don't have to count to 3. All right, for those of you who have kids, you understand. For those of you who don't have kids, you know, think long and hard before you have them. All right, so crude oil here. This is a beautiful pocket on the daily chart. We talked about this, and that is a very nice support level at 60.80, right? And look, that's where I drew that support level right there before any of this happened. And look, for those of you in London, if you just use the key markets and the levels, okay, this is all just textbook VolPro Edge. Trending up, we pull back. You know, there's a nice pocket there. You know, you tag the support, which is good. Suck back up. You know, I'm sure the lower time period over here confirmed it nicely. And off you go to the upside. So this is where the algos are going to help a lot, because they're going to be able to take these trades for me while I'm asleep in Costa Rica. But for those of you in London, you know, you can see this and trade it if you're in front of the screens. It's really important. Yeah, Ralph, that's how it is with kids, right? So beautiful pullback on crude oil right there. Just beautiful. And look, you know, crude can be volatile. This support is valid all day. So we're going to be waiting for alerts in crude. If we get a dump like this and it's a nice pocket, everything looks good, I'll try and buy it for a push back up. So we will monitor crude, but just a beautiful signal right there during London. So that was nice. Heating oil, I wasn't as sure about heating oil just because we had broke through all these DMLs, but you know, it's rallying nonetheless. Now, gasoline was pretty nice. We talked about this in the end of day analysis. You can see here, textbook flash right to the extension DMLs, really nice support. And so that's why I drew the support zone for you guys last night right here. You know, there you go. It opens and it rips. So gasoline, you know, that support is valid all day. We'll see if we get a pullback into that. Let's look at natural gas. We haven't really gotten down. My key support zone on natural gas is 3.680. And the reason for that is you've got a live pocket here and you've got all the DMLs and everything else stacked right there. You want to use the multiple time period analysis, you know, to put yourself on the right side of the market, and you guys see how well that works. And then find the area where you've got a cluster of DMLs, dynamic market levels, you know, envelope bottom, VolPro reaction support level, all that stuff. Find the clusters, right? And then just wait for price to test into those levels. That's where your odds are the highest. Okay. So that's how I'm, if you wonder, oh, there are so many DMLs, how are you picking where to put those levels? Once you understand how to do it, it's not really that difficult. You just put it where you have the clusters. So that's nat gas. Corn, wheat, not interested in today. Soybeans, I'm interested in. And you'll notice I've got the level for soybeans down here because that's at the daily extension, right? The pink dot right there. And that daily extension is also lining up with that low right there, right? So that's really nice when key DMLs are lining up with key levels that you can identify, like a congestion support level or a trend high resistance level. When you see key DMLs lining up with those levels, it makes those DMLs stronger. So let's say what I would be looking for is, I don't really want to see, you know, a stable trend run down to that level, because that would show me that there's orderly selling. What I want to see is some sort of an exhaust, a big flush down there, right? And preferably a very negative print on the footprint. Then if we got that, some sort of an exhaust down there like that, that would give us a flash like that. That is a reversal bar that I'd be interested in buying for the push back up if that happens into our support level, okay? So that's how I'm looking at soybeans. Soybean meal, oil, the meats, they're not really on my radar today. So that covers all of those markets. Now to the indices, I save the indices for last because they're not really moving right now. There's no major news. We got FOMC at 2 p.m. this afternoon, but I still expect some good trading today. The indices, you know, basically we're waiting until they open here in about 25 minutes. But here you can see ES. So our zone for ES, the first zone, I had it. There it is. Well, I don't know why that did that, but well, you guys know that I posted that. I think that zone that I posted for ES was right there. That's in the members area. I already posted. I mean, we can look here. Here's what I uploaded because that just got a little distorted. Let's see what the actual zone was that I posted in the members area. Where's ES? There it is. Boom. There. So that's the actual screenshot from last night, just after the market opened. So you see, when this is uploaded to the members area, price is there, right? But the zone is here. And, you know, the key thing is it's a support zone, right? I'm not looking to short this market right now. That keeps you on the right side of the market, right? And then, well, there you go. So again, London, Asia. I have to say that's the only thing I miss about Europe. Okay, good night, Gluey. Cheers, bro. That's the only thing I miss about Europe is the time zone for trading. It's much, much better than being in Costa Rica because you get, you get all of London and all of New York. It's beautiful. But the surf is better in Costa Rica and the taxes are better too. So I got to take Costa Rica. All right. So basically, you've got our zones here marked out on ES. NQ, same thing. That's the zone. It's right in here. Right? NQ didn't quite get there. And why do I have 3 zones? Well, because these are my major support levels. I don't want to take action in the middle or in the middle. I want to take action here, here, or here, depending. And why are there no resistance zones? Because I don't want to short this market, right? Because I have VolPro Edge and I'm on the right side of the market, most of the time. So, and when we don't have a clue what's going on, we just don't trade that market, right? So that's good. So that's the zones for the Nasdaq. For the Dow, it's the same. Look, tag the zone. This was right here. It was right here waiting for you, like the song by Richard Marx from the 80s. He'll be right there waiting for you. Well, these zones will be right there waiting for you. All right. Sorry, guys. I got to make bad jokes sometimes. It's more fun. Okay. So those are for the Dow. Here's for the Russell. There we go. So I'm just waiting for pullbacks. I think, for the Nasdaq today, I have a strong sense that we're just going to put, I think, I think the low of the day for the Nasdaq is already in. That's what I think. Let's see, famous last words, right? And I think we're going to push up here today. Maybe even up here. I don't know, but I think we're pushing. And this is because at the beginning of the week, we're coming out of this flash from Friday. That's a reversal bar, right? So that reversal bar right there, that exhaust for a reversal back up with that weekly pocket that we saw, right? I thought we're not going to go into, enter congestion here to stay in congestion. My thesis was that we're going to go into congestion to then start trend reversal up. And that is playing out, right? Which is why, instead of making $1,000 yesterday on each of my Tradeify accounts, I should have pyramided on that Russell trade. I should have held, and I should have made $3,000 on each one of those accounts. So I don't want to make that mistake again today, which is why I have the hold and add bracelet. It's lava stone. So hopefully the lava stone can help me to hold and add. See, guys, no matter where you are in your journey, we're all looking to get to the next level, right? So I'm at my level. I do very well, but I need to get to the next level. That's, and for me to get to that next level is holding and adding. If I held and I added, I'd probably make 10 times what I make. And that would be nice. And I intend on doing that over the next 3 to 6 months and then building from there. So I'm not a trader-tainer where, everything's perfect. I've got everything figured out and I'm a trading god. Not at all. I have a ton of stuff to work on. And the fun thing is we get to work on it together here live every day. So that's kind of where we are setting the landscape for today. You guys got any questions? So I think we're going to have a great day. We've got a very clear game plan that we've planned for the day before with the end of day analysis, right? We've put our levels on our charts. We have our directional bias. We have our system that we know we want to trade, and we just wait for the setups and we trade, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking to do. Let me know if you guys have any questions. All right, we got 14 people. Awesome. We got 4 likes. I don't know how the YouTube algo works, but it's nice to try to get the likes up because apparently the YouTube algo likes that. Guys, the camera's here, but the mic is here, so I'll get this all set up. I just haven't found, I have to order a really good, L-shaped standing desk. And that's, things are harder to find in Costa Rica. So I'm doing the best I can with what I got. What else? Yeah, our place is nice here. I gave you guys a tour when we moved in, but I mean, we need a lot more space, to be honest, now with the new kid. I didn't realize how much it just feels more cramped, even when you've got like a new baby. So yeah, I'll have to work that out. All right. So you guys got any questions? Is the volume okay? Founders, I'll post in the chat later that we're going to do a webinar. If everybody has time this weekend, we can, figure that out. I'm still going to get to the questions in the questions chat that everybody answered. I've just, I'm getting on the new routine with the baby and all that kind of stuff, but it's going well. We're getting there. So that's nice. All right. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting for alerts, waiting to see what we got shaken. I'll just have the Nasdaq up for now because I do think the indices are going to be where we focus today. I kind of don't think personally that this is coming back down here. I think that's kind of it. I mean, look, the Nasdaq couldn't even get to the daily true average right there, right? I mean, the buyers just gobbled that up when it came back to that low. We're trending up. You see, we're just trending. I mean, if you expand this 50,000 volume chart out here, right? Well, since Friday's close here, look at this chart, guys. This gives you a big hint. This is 50. Every single one of these bars is 50,000 contracts on the Nasdaq, right? Since Friday's close right there, which we had a beautiful flash on for a reversal up, right? We suspected this was going to happen. It's just been up, 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 up. We've failed to enter congestion there. We failed to enter congestion there. I mean, it was barely, but not really. Pretty much failed here, failed again. So what do you see? You see continual failed congestion entrance moves to the downside, meaning the buyers are gobbling this up every time it attempts to dip. So this is a very strong market right now. And so therefore, the point of me saying all that is I'm really not going to look for a higher time period pattern down here because I don't think we're going to get it. I'm going to look for a 10,000 volume flush, any kind of a decent pocket anywhere back here. I've got to try to get in on that. And then, God willing, try to, if it starts to work, try to add, trail the stop intelligently, and hold until at least that core DML, because that's really where we should be headed, right? And look, trading's not perfect. Things don't always work the way you want them to work, but when you've got analysis like we do, and you trade it consistently and use the levels and hold and add, we can make an awful lot of money, even more than we're making now. On gold, yeah, I mean, on gold in my end of day analysis video last night, I talked at length about gold. I'm waiting to see potentially if I can get short up here around 33.80 today, because we've got some really nice key VolPro Edge resistance levels up there, just above that high right there. So I wouldn't be shorting down here. I wouldn't be longing here, although I do think there's a decent possibility we could be headed up here. So, but the reason, you've got this is a nice pattern on the daily. That daily congestion level, I think, is strong for now. So although I'm not going to be longing gold because I'm going to be longing the Nasdaq probably, and I can only focus on one market at a time, I do think gold has a potential to push up before it then drops. The reason I'm not buying that gold pullback is because the weekly chart to me has a sell pattern, and I just don't want to take a buy pattern on the daily against my weekly sell pattern. I'd rather wait to try and pick off daily resistance levels because I think the weekly chart has a strong bias to the downside. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Does that make sense? So that's that. Yeah, let me know if you guys got any more questions. And guys, do you like this card that just sits there and doesn't move? Is that less distracting, or is the other card with like the animation, is that better? You tell me. I just take your feedback. And I'm going to refill my coffee, so just give me a minute. All right, guys, we got the coffee going. Tim M, less movement is better. Okay. Yeah, good. Then we'll keep that for today. See how that goes. Tim, did you ever get your yearly and quarterly charts working? I got to check that. Was that like a bars back issue, or what was the deal with that? All right, we got about 10 minutes till the market opens. We're not getting a lot of alerts right now, so it's kind of a quiet day across all the other markets. I suspect that the best opportunities today are going to be on ES and NQ pushing to the upside. I think the low of the day looks like it's in to me for NQ and ES. So I just want to look to try and jump on this thing. Okay, that's interesting. I'll look at that after the stream today, Tim. I don't know why that's doing that. We'll figure it out. Yeah, so this is well, this pullback on the weekly, and then Friday with my baby coming, moving back to the beach, and Memorial Day. You know, this was a really good swing entry opportunity right here. I mean, it's just no questions at all. Sucking up right off the extension, you're closing pretty much right here at this. Yeah, that's above you, but that's a zone. You're right there. Plus that beautiful flash. And where is that happening? It's happening right into the weekly pocket, right at the middle of the envelope on the weekly. That's beautiful. Those are the ones you have, and there's going to be many, many, many over the next several years. That was just a new baby holiday. So that's the way it works, guys. You know, trading in life, you got to count on Murphy's Law. You guys know what Murphy's Law is? Probably you do. All right. Murphy's Law is anything that can happen must happen. Exactly. And typically, you know, people, you know, relate that to anything bad that can happen will happen. So, you know, the good news is if you just say to yourself, hey, look, sometimes things will happen and it is what it is, you'll roll with things much better, right? So, all right, let's see here. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Does that sound like we've got a good plan for the day? We're ready to go. I mean, I think it's the best plan on YouTube, but that's just me. I guess I'm biased. I don't think a lot of people come into the day with a plan, ready to execute the plan. And that's why they can't get profitable with their trading. That's why they can't get consistent with their trading. And then they keep doing the same thing over and over again. And they wonder why they're not making any money. And they're looking outside. They're looking everywhere except here. That's why I'm talking about that a lot in the end of day analysis, when I post in the members area, when I talk here on YouTube. Like, I'm really trying to show you what the top 1% of traders do, which is, you know, you've got to have an edge, you've got to plan your day, and you've got to trade your plan. And it doesn't mean that you're not going to make mistakes. It doesn't mean that you don't have things to work on. Like me, I got to work on holding and adding, right? But you've got to have that foundational, you know, focus of planning your day and trading your plan. If you just, you know, come into the day every day kind of willy-nilly, and I know, guys, because a long time ago I used to do that. I would just kind of like stare at the screen, and you know, it takes a long time to figure out what your edge is, you know, how to plan for the day, how to trade the plan. And that's the whole point with VolPro Edge, is that it's fast tracking it for you guys, right? Like you get the daily plan delivered to you on a silver platter every single day, which, I have to do it for myself anyways. So sharing it with you guys is awesome. And then you can learn from it. And then the next stage is to be able to capitalize on it, right? Yeah, Interstellar, that was a great movie. I like that movie. Although I am kind of I'm a NASA skeptic. I think NASA is never a straight answer. Like, why haven't we been back to the moon? And then there's this guy, Don Pettit, who was an astronaut who apparently went to the moon, and he can hardly put a sentence together. And he's like, well, we lost the technology, and, it's a painful process to build it back. And like, okay, so you went to the moon in whatever that was, 68. Technology has increased in capacity exponentially, and you can't go back. Yeah, well, it's difficult. Anyways, guys, we got to have some fun here. All right, so we're waiting for a pullback. We got about 5 minutes until the open. And we're just waiting for the 10,000 volume chart here to give us, well, that was a little bit of a dump right there. That's nice. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. My Tradeify accounts are looking good. I've got like, across those 5 accounts, I've got about $35,000 in profit on those right now. I'm working toward the payout, hopefully. But, for you guys who struggle, when you start to build those balances in the funded accounts, look, we all go through that. Like, these Tradeify accounts were $300 away from being blown because I was super aggressive with them in the beginning. And I've run them back up from $300 of available draw, right? So I was down almost $6,000, and now they're up about $7,000. So I've turned them around. I'm up 13 grand from the trough on each of these 5 accounts. So right now, the 35,000 I have in profit across the 5 accounts cumulatively, it's true. I don't want to lose that profit because I've worked hard to build that up, right? And with Tradeify, because they have the consistency rule of 20%, my largest day is about $2,900. I got to get to about $14,000 in profit on each one of these Tradeify accounts to trigger my first, $3,000 per account payout. That's 15K. They take 10%. It's 13,500 net. That's nice. But what's really nice about that is if I can get all 5 of these accounts, to 14, 15 grand in profit and trigger that first payout, all of a sudden I've got $75,000 in profit sitting at Tradeify, right? And then I take that first payout. Now I only need to get $4,500 on my next to trigger my next payout. Well, if I've got 13,000 of draw and I only need 5 $900 days to trigger another $13,500 payout, and then once I get that, I need another 5. I know I got to trade for 10 days, but you need 5 $900 days because of 20% consistency rule. You only need $4,500. Once you get to that, if you're able to build those balances in Tradeify, once you get to that first payout, which is very difficult, if you play it smart, you can trigger payout after payout after payout. And then after 4 payouts, they move you to live. So, I would be lying if I said, now that I've built these up to 35 grand, it's like, oh, hey, well, I can lose these. Yeah, I can. And it could happen. But I want to try and be as smart as I can with them because it's a great opportunity to make a lot of money with a very small investment, right? Does that make sense to you guys? All right, so about 2 minutes to go. You can check your latency up here, top left, right there. Okay. And let's just see what we got shaken. And I'm still waiting for alerts on key markets, so we will watch those and trade those. But right now, the indices are very, very clear that they want to keep heading higher for all the reasons we talked about heading into this opening bell. So you're going to see here that, remember, this is a 10,000 volume bar, right? So I'm going to wait for these to close, but I'm just looking for a pullback at this point because I think this is going to keep trending higher. So I'm looking for a flush. Anything like this where they trigger a big footprint to the downside, aggressive selling, I think that's going to be gobbled up. So I'm looking for the sellers to get trapped. And that's where I want to look to get long, is when I see a flush on the 10,000 volume chart, which is here, and aggressive selling on the footprint. I know that seems counterintuitive, but it's not. I mean, it is counterintuitive, but it makes sense. You guys got that? So we're going to open here in 10 seconds. Make sure I've got everything correct. There's the bell. I'm kind of hoping they can flush it, but it might just rip. I don't know why this chart here is frozen. They're all frozen here. Let's see. Why is... Well, that's actually never ever happened to me, that my Sierra charts have frozen, you guys. So you guys got your charts. Do your thing. I got to restart these. That's the first time that that's ever happened on Sierra charts. Hopefully it's there's a blessing in everything. All right, let's go ahead. Open that. See if we can get some movement on our price log here. Let's see. We're connected, apparently. We're loading. That's good. We got a signal. That's good. Okay. Sierra charts appears to be working, which is nice. So you can see some selling coming in there. We've got 7,000. So I'm just going to focus on the Nasdaq right now, you guys, because this is the one I think that's going to go up. I mean, I think the indices are going to go up, but I can only trade one of them at a time. So we've still got about 2,500 contracts left till this closes. And look, might it want to go back down to those lows overnight? It could, but I just, you know, I'm not betting on it.
Order filled.
Give me a sec. I'm just watching something over here. Give me a sec. Goodbye, sweetheart. I love you. Goodbye. I love you so much. Have fun, okay? Have a great day. You can tell me all about it later. I'm just watching something over here, guys, so. I'm not in on my Tradeifys yet. So let's see. I'm still kind of waiting for a bigger flush there for my Tradeifys. But we'll see. Even if it starts to rip up, then I'll just look to play pullbacks in the trend on the 10,000 volume chart. So that's what I'm waiting for there. And the reason I go over here is I've got other screens. You guys are here on these 4 screens. I've got 3 more over here. I'm, doing stuff. So I'm multitasking. Remember, we've got FOMC coming out at 2 p.m. today, but I think this market wants to go up heading into FOMC. Like I said, I think we want to go to 21,650 is kind of my minimum where I think we could go. Pretty choppy open so far, but I guess that's kind of to be expected on FOMC day. So let me know how you guys doing. You in a trade? You feeling good about the day? Did you sleep well? I go to bed around 8:30 these days because I got to wake up at 4:35. So this morning I woke up at 4:45. It's kind of just wrestling with that high a day. I think if we get through that high a day there at 40, we're off to the races. We'll see. So I've got other alerts going off on other markets, but right now the Nasdaq is my focus. I sort of realized that yesterday. I think that's one of the reasons that I didn't hold in pyramid on the Russell trade was because I was still paying attention to other alerts while I was in the Russell. And I realized that once I'm in that trade, until I have the algos, I can manage one at a time, right? So I've just got to focus on that market where the opportunity is at that moment. And if that means we miss other opportunities, so be it. You can only focus on one at a time. So I'm going to read your comments in just a sec, guys. I'm just Adam, I had a nice long in the overnight. Nice, buddy. Way to go. Supreme, we're ripping. Yeah, we are when you look at, all the higher time period here. But we're not, in terms of today yet, we're not ripping yet. But if we can rip up through this high, then we will be ripping. So let's just see, you know. It's trying. I mean, I just think you've got shorts covering. You've got still some reluctant bulls. You've got people that have wanted to get in on this move to the upside, and they just haven't really believed it, or they haven't joined the party yet. So I think we've got good reasons to push. So let's see. So yeah, Adam had a nice long in the overnight. Good job, buddy. Supreme, yeah. Now we're starting to push higher, but I'd really like to just see this thing go straight up. Would be nice. Yeah, we do have FOMC 2 p.m. Eastern, Adam. I talked about that. One micro as a runner. Look, that'll add up, And if it really starts to run, don't be afraid to add and trail your stop, Adam. Silver's going toward our area. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at silver in a second. Thanks, Ralph, for pointing that out. Okay, yeah, silver's going there. Let's keep an eye on silver. Still got about 700 contracts to trade, but silver is one I could potentially take on my Tradeifys. We'll see. But I like the Nasdaq here. I mean, there's going to be pullbacks and this and that, but I don't see a lot. I don't see a ton of reasons why we shouldn't get up to that core DML there at 665. That wouldn't even require a big range expansion day. And guys, remember, we're here, we're analyzing together. I'm going to tell you when I take trades on my Tradeify account, so you can participate if you want. But just keep in mind too, it's the analysis is there, and you guys are encouraged to make your own decisions as well. I've got other accounts over here that I'm doing things on. I've got multi-pronged things going on. Testing some algos over here. Got some other stuff going on. So it's a lot to manage, but that's why I had to get the extra screens. So silver's trying to push down there. Keep an eye on it. We're right at that key support level now, so we'll see how price reacts. Nasdaq just kind of sitting here. And the Nasdaq can do anything, guys. It can pull back 80 points, as we all know, and then rip higher. You just don't know. Oh, so Supreme will short to previous daily. Okay, well, don't let me stop you, man. I'm playing the long side, but don't let me shake you out of your conviction. Just like I think you said yesterday, right? That you didn't want to shake me out of my conviction. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do think the long side is without a doubt the stronger side for the day. So that's what I'm going to focus on. But that doesn't mean there aren't going to be short-term pullbacks. I mean, hell, I might be wrong for the whole day. We'll see at the end of the day. But I got to go with what I see on the charts, which is quite a lot of bullishness. Usually some volume coming in now at 9:45 a.m. You can see some liquidity kind of start to come in. That's a decent little pullback right there on the 10,000. I'm going to wait just a little bit. I'm going to set an order on my Tradeifys at 500 with a stop at like 480. So I've got an order on Tradeifys at 500 with a stop at 480, just one contract. So if it loses, I'll lose 400 bucks on each account. But I've got to give it a shot. I mean, there's just a lot of support. We're trending up. And if we don't get there, that's okay too. Yeah, you know, you never know, Supreme. We'll see. This market looks bullish and I could be wrong, but
Order filled.
all right, so let's see what happens. I'm filled on my Tradeifys. It's quite a little dump here. Looks like I'm probably going to get taken out. I thought there'd be more support. My stop is at 80. I mean, I thought there'd be more support here, so let's hope some buying can come in here at 500. It's looking pretty weak at this exact moment. I think I'm probably going to get tagged out. Yep. Very close. I'm out. So that was 400 on the Tradeify. I think this is just, I think they're just taking out the longs here. I think I'm probably going to get stopped out at the low. I'm going to wait and see here. I think this is going to rip back up, but we'll see. I'm waiting for now. So that's a pretty big negative footprint there, which I like on that 10,000. Looks like probably going back down to maybe 440. Still watching. Maybe headed down here. I think it's just a better buy if it goes lower, so I'm just waiting for now. So silver's kind of tagged our support level there. We'll see what it does. Kind of just going to focus on NQ at the moment. They were probably just trying to flush people out, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty wacky price action. That can happen on Fed Day too, on FOMC, but I kind of expected, you know, more bullishness there, but let's see. See if we can reclaim 500 and then push back to the highs. It's moving quick. Quite a battle here. This 10,000 bar is going to close here in about 700 contracts. I think it's not a bad place to try a long, but I don't know. I'm just not convinced yet. I'd want to see some buying come in. I think they're going to want to push it lower. I mean, what the higher time period is setting up for, I think, is a pocket right in here. So I think I'm probably just going to wait and see if this higher time period can set up a nice pocket. Silver seems to have tagged our support and is trying to push a little higher. I still think there's an enormous amount of support down here on the Nasdaq. All right, so if we can flush down there to the daily lows, and you got these extensions down here, I'm gonna rebuy. So far, tricky price action for sure. That's why trading is not perfect, you know? Like some days, you know, you buy that there, it'll suck back up and rip, and it's like, wow, that was easy. And then some days you're like, you expect it to just hold and rip, and it just doesn't do that, right? I mean, that's just the way it goes. This could be the support here. I mean, you've got these DMLs. Tag the envelope bottom on the 50,000. I think you've got a lot of support here. I'm waiting for now. I mean, I would love a lightning flash flush down to 420. I think that would be a gift. that I would gladly receive. So there's the 10 a.m. liquidity coming in. Still got about 3,000 contracts left to trade on this 10,000 volume. Just waiting to see if this 10,000 bar can set up a subtle little flash here with support here. Then I think we could round and potentially push higher. Still got about 700 contracts to go. $300 contracts. I don't really like that close. It could go up from here, but I think it wants to, I don't know. It's tough to read, guys. I would have liked to see that close above the true average there. Kind of tricky right now. Maybe this is just going to be a typical shit FOMC meeting day where it just does this kind of crap all day. We'll see. I think if we test above 80 here, if we can get up and through that 80 level, I mean, I think we could have a nice push. If we can hold above 80. Running into a lot of selling there so far at 80. You're short Supreme? All right. I mean, I think it could go either way. I'm not really sure what's happening, to be honest. I think it wants to fish lower, but it's hard to tell. It's difficult right here. It's kind of, I mean, you're in this pocket on the 50,000. So I'm waiting to see if I can pick off a long, but it's tough. I don't know. It's kind of clunky price action. I would love to see it test lower and put in a flash down there. Silver had a nice reaction off that level for sure. I don't think I would have taken it just because I'll explain that later. I'm really hoping the Nasdaq on the 10,000 can flash here. Because we're going to get a 50,000 close as well into a pocket. And if the 10,000 gives us a flash down there, I mean, I might have to be very aggressive and see what happens. Stop the BE. Yeah, it's super choppy right now. Let's see if they can just, flush. I know we're not near that support level at 21.4. I felt pretty strongly like we're going to push higher today. So I got to kind of stick with that conviction for now. We still got 6,000 contracts left. Oh, that happens a lot, AJ. Don't worry about it. It's kind of part of it. I mean, this is pretty choppy in here. See what ES is doing. ES is at a good support level. Still got about 4,500 contracts left. ES is trying to break that support. I mean, we'll see. Nice, AJ. Good job, buddy. Lock it in and go volunteer, buddy. Nice job. I mean, it looks like ES is trying to get back to, I mean, if that breaks there, I know there's a lot of support here on the Nasdaq. We still got about 3,000 contracts left here. I'm gonna have to buy this pocket on the 50,000. You know, just we'll see what happens. Just waiting for the close. $3,800 contracts to go. All right, you see that flash kind of being put in right there, potentially. If we flash down there, I'm going to long, guys, so just be ready. 2,000 contracts to go. You see it kind of put in the live flash. That could have been it. Let's see. We got about 1,000 contracts left. $9,600. I'd like to see him push it down a little bit. All right, I'm long. Might be a mistake. Let's see. This needs to hold and pop if it's correct. And if we start to rip through like 90, I'll add. If it starts to pop, you want to see the shorts covering, and then you just want to see it just taking out the offers. It's not doing that yet. All right, I'm going to cut it there. This is not cooperating. I mean, I think it wants to fish a little lower. I'm still fishing for longs. I might just be wrong today. We'll see. That happens sometimes. Definitely down here around that extension, I would take a shot for sure. Again, at around 43. But I want to see if it tests that level and holds or not. I mean, I find this to be a tough day so far because I expected support higher up. I expect support here. And every time it bounces, it gets sold into. There's just heavy selling here. I mean, it may want to fish down to the lower days, you know? I'm just waiting here. You can see, I mean, we're trying to move inside the envelope here. We have the nice pocket here on the 50. I really like it down here. It's just, are they going to try to push it lower before it goes higher? Or am I fucking wrong, which is possible. We're about halfway through this 10,000 bar. Just waiting to see what they do with it. So I'm down about 1,000 on each of my Tradeifys, and if this flushes down here into support, I might have to go for it and risk the daily loss, which, you know, I'll do that because I do believe there's a lot of support down here. So I can't, you know, let the fact that I'm down a little, you know, take away from taking the next shot. And if it loses, it loses. So let's see if it tests down to the daily lows. I mean, I think that's going to be, of course, we got to see what the 10,000 is doing, but look at all these old extensions down here. Yeah, I'd be a big buyer. I would probably risk my entire account if we get to the daily lows. Not my account, but, you know, the daily loss. And I don't recommend that. We may not get there. I mean, if this sucks back up right here, look, it challenged the extension there. If we suck back up, that might be it. We got 2,000 contracts. ES is hanging out there. Got about 1,400 contracts to go. A 1,000 left. I mean, if that flashes like that right there, I'm going to have to buy. But we still have 700 contracts left. $600 left. Yeah, Supreme for sure. That was a good reaction off that level, right? Maybe that's what they wanted to do is everybody moved their stop to break even and they had to go get those stops, right? Okay, I'm going to try it long. I mean, if some buying's going to come in, we'd like to see it coming in here. That's for sure. I mean, to me, that sort of 60-ish level, that's where support needs to be, or this is wrong. Yeah, 60, about 66 is where I'm in from. I mean, 60 needs to hold. I don't like, it's testing 60, but I'd really like it. It's now tested it twice, so I'd like it to push up and through 70. I think if we can clear 70, we could see a big pop, but right now I don't like how much it's kind of struggling here. All right, I'm going to cut that. I mean, it's not a good day for me. This is, this is kind of typical pre-FOMC minutes price action. I did not expect it today. Maybe they're just flushing it down again. Nice. Maybe there's just a lack of liquidity today, like waiting for FOMC. I'm not really sure. But this is just very, very choppy and not nice. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with anybody at this point, Supreme, because obviously the levels I've been looking for have not been good. I mean, I guess I was just too aggressive because I've got my levels marked out and we hadn't gotten there yet, but I had a very strong sense that this low was the low and I bet on that and I was wrong. You know, that happens. It's not fun when it happens. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I'm out. I want to get back in, but I'm just waiting. It's just, look at you know, the last 35 minutes of price action is just abysmal. I'm still looking for support down here. I do think it wants to be down here. But it's just a slow grind down for now. Yeah, I'm going to be done for today as well if I can't catch a winning trade here. Sometimes you just got to hang it up and walk away. I'll give myself one more shot. If I finish down a couple grand on my Tradeifys, that's okay. I'll probably get it back tomorrow. I mean, I got my $200 days on my top steps earlier before we started, so tomorrow's my last day on those, and that'll be like a $9,000 payout, I think, or something. So that's good. Eases the pain and suffering of losing a little bit of money on your Tradeify accounts. It's not the losing, it's the like the trickiness of the market. I mean, maybe they're just going for the low a day. I mean, so far, can't catch a bid. I mean, yeah, it's pretty, and it's, the thing is, it's red and it's consistently, it's like, that was the flush that could have caused the reaction that didn't. And now it's just steady selling. So we'll see. I'll give it one more shot. It's like, I'd like to get to a payout with these Tradeifys, of course, but you know, one thing I realized for me on the Tradeifys is if I end up blowing these, I'm either going to get these to pay out like in the next 5 days. I'm going to be very aggressive, or I'm going to blow them out. And if I blow them out, I'm going to go get 5 growth accounts, because the growth account, I mean, you got to pass the eval for the growth accounts, but I'm not worried about that. But once you pass the eval on the growth accounts, it's a 35% consistency rule. And I think you only have to get to like, I want to say maybe 5,500 bucks or something, or 6 grand for your first payout of 3 grand each. So the hurdle's a lot lower. That's kind of what I realized this time when I did the sim to funded again. I'm like, I don't really need to do the sim to funded and then, you know, subject myself to the 20% consistency rule. So that's kind of my backup plan for these. And that's why I said to myself, okay, I can take the risk and be aggressive. Because I've had these accounts for far too long. 2 months is too long to, I either gotta, you know, be aggressive and get them to pay out, or blow them and get the growth accounts. So I'm just sticking with the Nasdaq today, just because I had, so like, in terms of on normal days, I'll just rotate like I did yesterday, looking for the good setups. But today, some of our good markets like crude and the others, they had already made their moves in London, so those were off the table. And I didn't really have any other markets aside from silver, which we're sitting at that support now. But I just like the indices from the long side so much today. I'm like, I just want to focus on these because I actually thought I was going to have a good day. So it just goes to show you that you just don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, Adam, 100, yeah, exactly, 150 on the growth. I just think that that's, you know, much smarter. Now, this is just, it's like, you know, we're not seeing the typical good volatility we see in the NASDAQ today. And I guess that's because of the FOMC minutes coming later. I mean, ES is also grinding. Dow. Russell's breaking down. I mean, it's pretty rare that you just see like a grinding lower trend run like this on the NASDAQ, where it doesn't even give you like a 30-point pop to the upside, you know, like I haven't seen that in quite a while. So from that perspective, that's been challenging. So now, if we can get a capitulation down here, like let's say if this could flush and give us, you know, a good flush into all that, the daily low, you got these DMLs down here, right? For the 50,000, that's where I would just say, okay, I'll take one last bite at the apple. And if I'm wrong, I'll go surf. Let's take a quick peek at the other markets. So gold's doing nothing. You can see that gold is waiting for FOMC. Silver's at our support level, but I'm just kind of focused on the Nasdaq right now because I think silver, I liked it, but the reason I don't like silver is because, again, it's round tripping. So silver went up into the daily pocket and now has come back down to our support level. So Ralph, that's kind of, I couldn't really put my finger on why I don't like silver here. Not that it won't bounce, but that's why I don't like it, because it started the day strong and now the round tripping, I don't necessarily want to bet on it to round trip again to the upside. I can show you real quick. I don't want to miss the Nasdaq. That would be very typical, right? Take these losses and then I'm yapping about something else when it finally sets up for the win. Or another loss, you never know. But this is where silver, even though this is our level, the reason I don't like it is because we started the day strong. We're coming out of that daily pocket right there, right? So that's why. I would have preferred if this open came down and picked us up and then push. I like those types of trades better, right? All right, so let's see if NQ gets down there. And if it does, then the question is, am I going to take it before it closes? I mean, we'll see. Right now, I'm really looking at that extension into the higher time period, into the daily low. So I think 21,400, if we could sweep the current daily lows just above there, that could be a sweet, sweet spot to try my last long. And the good news is if I lose, I get to go surfing. And if I catch this low and it starts to respond correctly, and we really start to move back to the upside, I am going to pyramid and I'm going to hold to the high of the day. I've committed to doing that now. Or, somewhere very close up there. Doesn't have to be like perfectly to the high of the day, but step number one, got to see if I get a good opportunity down here. And step number two, it has to work, for the first time today. Or it'll just keep grinding down. I'll take my last loss, take a little bit of a licking on my Tradeifys and, hang it up and call it a day. Well, Supreme, you were right on your short up there. That's what's so fun about trading. That's why, yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, no money for me today either. I mean, it's pretty tough. Okay, Ralph, good. I'm glad it makes sense. Yeah, it's, sometimes I kind of thought today, I usually don't trade FOMC minute days because I know they can be shitty. But today I actually made a conscious decision last night. I was like, I think the market's just it looks so bullish. I think it's going to keep pushing up and I want to trade it. So that's what I decided to do. Yeah, I mean, the open looked good. We were ripping. I thought we would keep ripping. Some days that'll happen, So here comes some buying. It's like, okay, is this going to be the buying now? I just don't know. It'd be the first potentially positive footprint we've had in a while. Are we going to enter congestion up here? I'm just waiting till this bar closes. I mean, then the question is if we get a little bit of a flash here right now, I guess I'll have to try long, and then I might be early. We'll see. We're not at the low of day yet, but there's no guarantee we'll get there. We've still got 1,500 contracts left. But see, this is a good lesson for me. I got to be more consistently aggressive on stream. Like yesterday, I wasn't aggressive at all enough, and I should have made way more yesterday. So then that way today, if I take a big loss by being aggressive, it's okay because I got to be more consistently aggressive on stream. So we got about 500 contracts left. I mean, it's trying to flash here a little bit. There's support down here somewhere, I think. I mean, we'll see. Couple hundred contracts. It's tempting. I'm still waiting. That could be the flash that causes a bounce, but it's just been, it's tough. We're not at the low of day yet. There's really no capitulation there on the footprint, but I'm going to wait. It could bounce from here, but maybe this is where I should get in and I'm not getting in, but I think it's a tough day. So just there's no capitulation yet on the footprint. I kind of just want to wait and see if it goes a little lower. You know, we want to see some big selling come in. Is this going to be the low? I don't know. Still waiting. What's ES doing? ES is going for its low a day. ES has a lot of support down here. Kind of a more of a confluence. And be interesting if NQ starts to rip and we miss it, but ES is sitting at low a day, you know, would potentially maybe need to go ES instead. Yeah, it could. But ES, I mean, the question is NQ going to catch down to ES, or is ES going to test low a day and then catch up to NQ if NQ starts to push? Right? NQ is kind of trying. Just changing my DOM to ES just in case. If NQ starts to rip and ES, you know, gives us a congestion entrance up move, it could be, you know, we'll see. Your clock is skipping. Mine seems to be on track, Tim. I mean, we're at least at the support level on ES, you know? Oh, wow, NQ just got smoked out of that 460. So I at least like that ES is kind of down here in our support level. So I've got ES up on the DOM now. Let's just see what happens here. Right now, that's not really giving a signal on ES. I mean, if we get a flush here to like 59.10, I think that would be a phenomenal place to get long ES. Got about 1,000 contracts left till that closes. I would like ES around 59.10 if possible. It may go down there. I'm going to wait. That's low a day, but that's not really a familiar pattern for me right there. Oh yeah. I mean, Supreme, this, I guess, you know, this will happen on FOMC. I just kind of didn't expect it today. Might have to hang up the boots. Look, I think if ES can flush down here to the lower end of the support zone, that could be a great spot to get long. It's very, very slow. I like 59.10 on ES would be very nice. Consider a long down there. If it goes up from here, I guess I'll just miss it. I know we're at low a day, but just doesn't look right to me yet. Cheers, Adam. Yeah, exactly. If you see something good set up. So silver is sitting at our support level, but I mean, gold's not really moving. Silver's not moving. Everybody's waiting for FOMC. I guess they've got something important to say today. So I'm just gonna wait for a potential long here. And, you know, look, maybe I can tell you one thing. If I'm wrong today, looking for longs, and ES and NQ close down like this on the daily bar into a pocket, I'm going to load up because I'm going to view that as a gift to get long for tomorrow. But we're still not done for today. And today so far on the Nasdaq, I have been punished for being aggressive, not waiting for my support level because I didn't think it was going to get there. I thought that open was looking pretty good. Now we'll just kind of flop back and forth between ES and NQ and see if they do anything. So we'll see if I can recover my Tradify accounts today. And if I can't, I have a $9,000 payout on Top Step to look forward to tomorrow, which would be cool. And then I've decided on that $9,000 payout from Top Step, that'll leave about $9,000 of profit in those accounts, those XFAs. And then I'm going to try and trade those, you know, smart aggressive, because oftentimes when I get aggressive, I get a little too loose. That's one of the things you guys will start to deal with as you start to get consistent and you're profitable. And then the next stage is to get, you know, increase your size, get more aggressive. And one thing that I struggle with is when I get aggressive, I just get like loose. And so I have to maintain that focus that I have that gets me so many consistent profits, but I got to maintain that same mindset when I'm trading bigger size, being more aggressive. Does that make sense? And I've talked to a few people who have a similar type of challenge with that. Like, hey, I can make money consistently now. That's great. But when I try and get aggressive, I just get a little too loose. I'm like, yeah, I do that too. I guess it's a part of, you know, the journey at that stage in the journey. Now, so far, my hold and add bracelet is not helping. It's lava stone, but if we end the day down, it might have to go in the ocean. We'll see. Wouldn't be good if this was cursed. I mean, I thought it would be good luck. I'll tell you what, we'll find out. Let's take it off. And then let's see if our next trade is a win. If that happens, we can never, ever, ever wear this again while trading. So let's see. All right, it's off. We got to have fun, guys. So now look, ES, you see ES here. If this could put it, if this can flush down here somewhere, that would put in a flash like that. And if the lower time period was giving me some kind of a confirmation as well, you know, if this went like this, that's where, you know, I would be aggressive. Try to buy for a push back up. And if it started to go back up, I would add and look for a move. I mean, certainly back up to the peak here of the middle of the envelope. I mean, I don't know if it would get to daily highs up here, but, you know, it could be setting up a decent move from 59.08 to, you know, let's call it 59, you know, 40-ish. So that'd be, you know, say 30 handles on ES, right? So 30 handles, 50 bucks a point, right? So that'd be 1,500 bucks, a couple contracts, 3 grand. We'll see. Pyramiding, make a bit more. Who knows? All I know is I got to work on being consistently aggressive, smart aggressive. When I'm in a trade that I know is right, or, you know, I have a very strong conviction that it's right, I got to hold longer, and I've got to just add and just accept that and trail the stop intelligently, and accept that sometimes it's going to come back and take me out a lot. But I know if I do that consistently, I'll make way more money. And if that means I got to blow through a few accounts as I'm, you know, going through that process, that's, you know, what the learning curve is about. And that's where it's nice that we've got the prop firms to do that, because it's a lot more fun and inexpensive to do it on prop firms than it is to, you know, test on your own account and you go, oops, you know, I'm down 30 grand. That's not fun. So, you know, we've got a great opportunity here with the props. Well, you know, the right props. Top Step, Tradeify. It's kind of my top 2. I know Take Profit Traders is good. I'm going to try them soon. I just don't like that they have a trailing draw. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not realistic in my view. See with the Nasdaq. There's a flash on the Nasdaq. I mean, that's not bad. That could cause a bounce. It's definitely a flash, but I think it could cause that might be the bounce on the Nasdaq that I might miss. But it's still just not a lot of selling on the footprint. I mean, it's consistent selling. It's not, there's no capitulation down there. And usually to get a reversal, you want to see a big footprint. That's the capitulation, because that gives you the fuel to go back the other direction. Of course, it can do that, you know, without the fuel, but, you know, you can see some buying coming in for the first time here on the footprint. I wonder if that's telling us something. ES has some buying coming in here. So is that the low on the Nasdaq? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. And are we going to miss it? Maybe. Well, this is the first time we've seen some strong, aggressive buying on the footprint. So ES tried to enter congestion up. I mean, I suppose I could try to get long ES down in here if we were to test around 19. If Nasdaq was to keep pushing, I could try to get long ES at 19 just for a little move back up. We'll see. Keeping an eye on Nasdaq. I'll put an order ES at 19 just to see, you know, I may be early and wrong. Maybe Nasdaq will get sold into again. I'm going to cancel that order because Nasdaq's getting sold into again. Sometimes you can get a good catch-up trade with ES, but I don't know. I don't think it's time yet. Might be, and maybe I missed it, but maybe Nasdaq will rip up here. But right there, that's some selling coming in again. So I'm still waiting, guys. Painfully slow day. It happens, especially on FOMC minute days. Let's have some water. So silver so far is not respecting. There goes ES. And NQ is trying to do something now. I know it's kind of, there's just not a lot of volume today, of course, because FOMC, but so you're not really seeing those quick, you're not seeing those quick moves. Would I have bought that flash there if I'd seen it right at the close? I don't think so. Let's see what, just scroll through here real quick. So copper, that was kind of a good call there on copper, not to buy that pocket support on the daily. Silver, you know, I don't want to buy that because the round trip rule. Gold's just doing nothing, awaiting FOMC. Bonds, that's probably why stocks have been under pressure. Bonds are under pressure right now. That seems to be the correlation at the moment. Stabilization in the bond market. The stock market likes that. So bonds could be headed back down here, potentially. Crude, yeah, you see crude, that was, well, that was the one in London. Beautiful. Very nice. Right into that level. Nat gas, look at that reversal. But see, that's where, to me, that support level did not get confirmed because you're breaking the DMLs and you're trending down. So you have no reason to buy that. But that's a pretty big outside reversal there on nat gas, that's for sure. Yeah, so not a lot going on here on these other markets. I mean, crude oil had that great signal. Let's see, what time did that happen? That happened at 4:25 a.m. Eastern, so that's London. Other than that, not a lot going on. This might be the low here for ES. NQ's trying. I mean, maybe this flash on ES is going to be here. You see, maybe it already put it in, and then this is going to close here. And then start to push. Could happen. Did you take that trade there, Andreas? Oh, yeah, Bill. It's definitely playing with my emotions. No, it's been I think it's just been a pretty quiet and challenging day. But yeah, it's been, sometimes the days are like this. Nice, Andreas. 20, that's a good entry. I was looking at the Nasdaq's trying to push now. I mean, I like this response. We are at the start of the support zone. You've got the true average here. I just wasn't really feeling that right there because it, you know, it kind of held, but I don't know. It just didn't look ideal to me, but we'll see. I didn't expect this kind of push, but let's see where this closes, because if this closes down here, I could just set up the next move lower. I don't know. Right now, it's just not clear to me. But I'm glad you got 5 points, Andres. Nice job, buddy. You're better than me today. Let's see, what do we just get pinged on? Soybeans. I wonder if soybeans Forgot to check soybeans. Oh, soybeans is right at our level now. That's interesting. We are getting a flash pattern. It's like, should I stop messing around with ES and just load up on soybeans? I mean, I don't know, maybe. I had my reasons for liking soybeans. Let's see. Maybe I live and die by the soybeans. That's a nice flash right there. Soybeans. Okay, so here's soybeans. 7,500 contracts. We're pretty close. I mean, that's a nice flash. I don't know. I might have to buy soybeans, guys. Maybe I'll just be dead wrong and hold my tail between my legs and go surfing. But let's see. It's going to close here in 30 contracts. Is it going to bomb through that support? I mean, I would like the lower time period to kind of enter congestion up there. You know, this one here. But we are at the support level there on soybeans. Maybe it's going to give a, let's see. It's a nice flash there. All right, I'll buy a little soybeans just to see. My stop is at 52. If it goes down there, I'll just take a loss. And you know, soybeans can be wild. It could fish down, take me out, come back up. But with this kind of a flash pattern here, I mean, if it's right, it should go like this. If it's not right. And maybe it's just one of these days where you just can't buy a trade. Sometimes that happens. So I'm long from 53 3/4. I just remember from the daily analysis, I liked this extension on the daily because the weekly has a nice support pocket there. Doesn't mean it has to work, but I mean, there's support there that could hold. And you see soybeans haven't really round tripped. They just kind of opened here and went down. So they could tag this and push back up potentially. Right now, I'm not really, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Whoop. Not looking good for me if this level breaks. Let's see. There's ES. Well, 5 more ticks. I'm out. Still in, but barely. About to be taken out. Oh yeah, slow day waiting for the Fed and trying to get something going, but just one of those days. How are you doing, Lily Ocean? I miss you. How's the weather in the Canaries? Today, my day, a summary of my day so far is if I had a huge barn and I had a baseball, I wouldn't be able to hit the broad side of it. But that's okay. The Soy Boys crew, exactly, AJ. Well, I'm hoping the Soy Boys can step in here and buy some soybeans. It's not looking good for me right now. Oh, good weather. Awesome. Yeah, thank you. I promise to call soon. We're getting all settled with the little one, getting the routines in order. Lily's back in school now. We found someone to take Lily to school and pick her up, so that's good. I'm about to get taken out of soybeans. That's kind of just the way my day's going. Well, another 2 ticks, I'm out. 1 tick. Oh. I'm not feeling good about soybeans. 1 tick and I'm gone. Miraculously, I'm still in, but I don't think for much longer. Doesn't look like any buyers want to come in here. I mean, look, if I lose 1.5 points on soybeans, I think I had the opportunity to make 10 points there. So on a probability basis, I think it would be a good trade. But just this one didn't work, and that's okay. Yeah, no buyers on soybeans. Come on, soy boys, buy it. That would be nice. 1 more tick. A new daily low, and I'm out. Huh. Exactly, Alex. AJ. I always call you AJ, never Alex. I saw your name there, Alex. Yep. I haven't had any alcohol in almost 3 weeks. I feel much better for it, so that's nice. I just like a non-alcoholic beer and a cigar at the end of the day. It's kind of nice. I sleep much better. Watch, now that I'm over here mucking around with, there's no point watching this. It's either going to take us out, which most likely it's going to take us out, or take me out anyways. So I might as well just, it's going to do what it's going to do. We don't need to watch it take us out. I'll leave it, but I'd rather just watch ES. Take my loss on soybeans soon. Yeah, non-alcoholic beer is way better. One more tick. All right, I'm out. I'm out of soybeans. Well, I think it was a good try. So far, it seems to be one of those days. So I went a few contracts there on soybeans because I liked it. And now I'm down 2,500 bucks on my Tradeifys. So I'm getting close to the cutoff point of 3,700, and I'm going to risk the last little bit trying to find a long on ES. And if I'm wrong, then that will be what it will be. Yeah, NQ might be turning around here. I mean, NQ's trying to push up. ES is still I'm kind of hoping ES here on this 100,000 will give a little flash down here and set up a buy. I mean, it could go up from here, but I just feel like I'd be early. It did take out those lows again, new low a day. I'm just going to wait for now because I don't have much left in the tank to risk. So I got to try and time it to perfection. I read an interesting stat. Here, I'll see if I can find it for you guys. This came from somebody else. So this was from Tom Hugard, who is a wonderful trader. I aspire to be as good of a trader as Tom one day. I think I've got better at VolPro Edge analysis, but I can't wait to be able to trade like Tom. So he said, prop alert. This is direct from Tom Hugard. Oh, look at the ES trying to push now. Is this going to be the bottom? I mean, I'm still waiting. Some liquidity coming in here. I mean, hang on, let me plug in my other computer. I mean, it's 11:20 a.m. and something's going on. Who knows? Maybe Trump tweeted. Anyways, so Tom said, prop alert. I have an insider from a prop firm feeding me information. And he put this in his Telegram, which is public, so I'm allowed to share it, I'm sure. He said, prop alert, I have an insider from a prop firm, okay, feeding me information. Did you know the pass rate is about 1.25%? That means for every 1,000 challenges bought, 12 traders get a funded account. So 12 out of 1,000 traders get a funded account. So if you've gotten a funded account, you're doing pretty well. If you've gotten lots of funded accounts, you're doing very well. So out of those who get the funded account, only 10% manage to get a payout, right? So if 10% of those 12 manage to get a payout, that means 1.2 people for every 1,000 challenges bought will get a payout. So if you've gotten a payout or you've gotten close to payouts, know that you're doing pretty darn good, because those are some sobering statistics. So then, you know, for me, I look at it and go, okay, well, I've gotten like 320, 330,000 in payouts. That's pretty good. So now something's going on here. All of a sudden, the Nasdaq is catching a bid. ES is catching a bid. Soybeans broke my heart, but that's okay. Silver is kind of sitting at our support. Again, it may bounce from here, but I just, that round trip is not. Yeah, exactly. Everybody saw that micro coming in and they just got in. Well, here's NQ pushing. So NQ is trying to push. And ES is trying to play the catch-up game, so I might have to try and get long ES at like 20 and hope that NQ can hold on to the gains. I'll try 20.5 on ES and see. This is pretty much going to be it for me if this loses. See if I even get filled. I might be rushing the gun here, but NQ looks pretty bullish here that ES may want to catch up. I'm going to move my ES to 21.75. I'm filled. No, sorry, 21.5. So let's see if I'm, you know, so far everything I touch today doesn't work out. So we'll see. I mean, I was betting on NQ looking quite like it wants to push. And if that's the case, then I was betting on, hey, if NQ wants to keep pushing, which who knows, maybe now NQ will reverse. But then I thought, hey, maybe ES should catch up. Right now, looks like I may jump the gun here. I don't have enough in the tank to take a big risk. So then the question is NQ going to catch down to ES? Or is ES going to catch up to NQ? I don't know. Today you guys should fade me. Most days don't fade me. Today, not a bad idea. Looks like ES wants to go back to its low a day, potentially. I can't really sustain much of a draw at this point, so. I don't know, tricky day. Well, Dow is dumping. Russell is dumping. Nasdaq is probably going to dump now, so I'll just, I guess, cut that ES and wait to see if it goes back to the lows. Because I cannot buy anything today. Guys, I'm still fishing. My paper cuts are turning into a bludgeoning, but I'm committed to the cause. At this point, I'm just gonna I still think there's support here. So we'll see. Famous last words. Let me get some water and some coffee. You know, I've had a good run. I haven't had a chunky losing day in quite a while. So if that 100,000 ES right there, you know, closes and gives us any kind of a flash, I'm gonna have to buy it, pray, and then add and hold. Let me just use the restroom real quick, you guys. Be right back. All right. Well, what do we got shaking? Okay, so, well, look, we could be setting up for a double flash on ES. Could be flash here, could be flash here. And if we use traditional technical analysis, which I don't ever do, but I'm aware of it, you could have 1, 2, 3 drives to a bottom. So, well, we're in a good support zone, potentially, have no idea. And if I get a flash here on both charts, I'm going to have to buy the ES and hope it goes up. And if it doesn't, I will stick my tail between my legs and go surfing and try not to trip on my tail. Ooh, the monsoon's coming in. It doesn't usually come in this early. Yeah, I think it's going to muck around until FOMC, but, you know, could be a little bit of action. I'm still going to try to buy this. At this point, I'm committed to the cause. We've got 8,000 contracts left until this closes. Let's see. Pretty much I'm looking at, you know, the DML here. See what happens here. I think if we snake through that low of day, I might just have to set an order right now. Maybe 1 point below, like 1450 maybe. All right, I got an order at 1450. That may be a mistake. I might be early. Well, I'm filled. Now I'd want it to suck up, or I'm early and wrong. I'm kind of hoping we get a close back above 16. So far, I'd like to see more buying come in. I'm in from 14 and a half. We've got about 2,000 contracts left till this closes. See where this closes. 2,000 contracts left. I'd really like it to suck up here and see some buying come in. Nasdaq's kind of lollygagging around. Got about 800 contracts left. $300 contracts left. I'd like it to suck up a little more. Okay, I added one. I'm either dead wrong or whatever. Let's see. And I got to go check on my toilet because it was, you know, in Costa Rica, they got those really old, like American standard toilets that, you know, they're like a huge water bowl with like just an amazing amount of water. I got to make sure that it's not flooding. So give me a sec. All right, so the good news is the toilet is not flooding. And I'm long 2 ES from an average of 1575. Just kind of hoping this thing can catch a little bit of a, just even a little bounce. I mean, look, if this pattern fails, it fails. There's just not a lot we can do, right? Like sometimes they fail. Soybeans failed. I mean, ES here, you've got low a day. You got the flash on the 100,000. You got the flash on the 20,000. The 20,000 sucked up and closed above the extension. So, you know, if I take this trade 10 times in a row, I think 5 or 6 of them will work. And the 5 or 6 that work should make a lot more than, you know, the 4 or so that don't work. So that's trading with the probabilities, right? Where would my target be on this? I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to say. You know, do I think this is going to go all the way back to the high a day? I don't know. I guess what I would try to do if we get lucky and if this pushes, I would try to hold, you know, for as long as, like, let's just say if we get lucky, anything can still happen. But if this tries to push like this, and then if we start to trend like this, I may add and then just keep adding if we keep trending. And then I would just try to hold until maybe it entered congestion on the lower time period. But, you know, we got to take things as they come. First, it needs to show some impetus to the upside. It's showing a little bit now, but it's still, I don't have enough room on my daily loss to add more, so I need to wait. Where's my water? I'm gonna go refill my water, guys. I mean, I'm committed to this at this point, so it just may be one of those days where nothing works. With NQ, yeah, I mean, I don't think 21.5 is bad, AJ. It's not bad. I mean, we'll see if we can even, so far, neither the ES or the NQ have been able to hang on to any bounce whatsoever. Like even right now, it just went up and got immediately sold into again. So, you know. Back to my entry now. Yeah, definitely. Trump and his buddies. I don't know. You know, sometimes it happens, not often, thankfully, but sometimes there are just days where you just can't buy, you know, you can't get anything to go your way, and that's the reality of trading. Not that many people will admit that or show that publicly, but that is the reality. I mean, right now, if these lows start breaking with these flashes, you know, I'm going to be blown out of the box. And then we can do some Q&A, and then I will go surfing. See, it would have been nice if ES, you know, on a lot of days when you get it right, it'll just push up there, close strong, you know, keep going like yesterday. That was nice, right? Today there just doesn't seem to be a lot of participation in this market. You can see the footprint. Question is, do I like? It's one of those days like, if do I want to bail on this? It's like if I bail, it'll probably rip straight to the upside, you know, and then if I hold, it'll probably flush. So I'm holding for now, but you know, it just does what it does. Hopefully Nasdaq can push. I mean, Nasdaq is off those recent lows, and ES is still down around its recent lows. So if Nasdaq can push and ES can play catch up, you know, that would be nice. You know, maybe some people have some inside information on what the Fed minutes are going to show. You never, who knows? We can't think about those things. We just got to take our shots. And, you know, a lot of days we win, some days we don't. It's definitely one of those days that's making you sweat it. That's for sure. Even here on this one, I mean, it's just fighting with this support. We've only got about 6,000 contracts left. I mean, this thing needs to punch up. Not looking like it. I'm still in for now, but not nuts about it with these two flashes the way they are. I mean, there should be buying coming in if it's valid. You know, it's not always valid. Exactly, AJ. Happy feet sounds good. Well, let's see. See if we can see if Nasdaq can push. I mean, because Nasdaq's kind of what, even though this is an ES trade, my hopes are kind of pinned to the Nasdaq because the Nasdaq has already started to try to push higher. And if the Nasdaq can keep pushing higher, so far it can't hold on to a bid, then ES could play catch up. But Nasdaq is just grinding around here at 450, not doing a whole lot. Be nice if it could just, I'd like it to enter congestion up on that ES lower time period. I'd like it to close above the middle of the envelope, but it's right now it's getting sold into every time up there. But I would really like this to close up here. Right now, it's not looking great. Nasdaq's bleeding back down, or trying to. Yeah, I watch the kids' movies with my kid. They're really funny. Like especially Minions was really funny. They're good at making the movies for the kids and the adults to enjoy. They're getting better at that with all the animation and stuff. It's 10 minutes to noon. Can we see the famous noon reversal? I don't know. Got about 1,500 contracts left on this. Be nice if it closes up near the highs. If the Lord Almighty could do us a favor and push ES to 59.42, I would appreciate it. I hope they answer, AJ. Right now, it's just not going anywhere. It's just every time we bounce, we get sold into. There's the close. I'm still long, but I really don't want it to come back down to my entry now. I really want this to just try and squeeze. It's just been enough patience for one day. Like on a normal day, kind of when you're right, you know, you'll see that, especially with NQ and, you know, ES to some extent, you'll see that push come in. But today, those rallies are just getting sold into so far. I mean, you had some buying on the footprint there, but, you know, the good news about that footprint on that last bar is that it was a minus 438 at the peak of the selling, and it turned around to a plus 482. So there could be some shorts. If this pushes a little higher, there could be some shorts that need to cover, you know, to fuel it a little higher. But, you know, on a day like today, I really don't know. I'm holding for now. Today, I may not even be a broken clock. I just would like this lower time period to push higher and then try to get into a trend run to the upside, but it just can't go anywhere so far. Yeah. You think it's going to rip Supreme? That'd be nice. If we get into a little bit of a mini trend run here to the upside on the lower time period, be able to add to this a little bit, that would be, you know, nice. My first add point, I think, would be up around 20. All right, I added. So my average on 3 contracts now is 17. See if we can get a push at least up to like 24 at least. But again, I would like to try to hold till, you know, higher than that. It's just that you want to see like a snap to the upside. So far, we're not seeing that. You still might be right, Supreme. I mean, this could easily, so far on a day like today, I mean, we haven't really seen much commitment from the longs, so. The Nasdaq is trying, but just keeps getting sold into. I mean, I'm probably going to have to move my stop to break even, and then, it could come down, tag you. I just don't have enough in the tank to take too much risk. My stop is down here below these lows, so if it goes down there and takes me out and then goes back up, I mean, all right, my stop is at break even at 17. At least I've got a free run on 3 contracts, but I need luck. I need this thing to do what it normally does and at least give us some sort of a nice reaction. It's just been down, down, down. But Murphy's Law, I should count on it today. If we get lucky, we get lucky, but don't count on it. See, like right now, it's the tempting point. I'm having such an awful day, and this position's up like $500. It's like, oh, I could take it off and make my awful day like a little bit better, but I can't because I got to give it a chance to run. And just take the very big risk on a day like today that it's going to come back to break even and take me out. And then that is what it is, There it is. And if it takes me out at break even, I'm good with that because it just shouldn't go back down there on this. And if it does, I'm out. Nasdaq selling off again. I'm out. Break even. Let's see if it now pushes back up. So, I mean, this is the way it's going, guys. This is just not a good FOMC day. So I don't know. I think I'm going to call it a day here soon and just lick my wounds and go surfing and probably just let FOMC do its thing and then come back later and do the end of day analysis. So I think that's what we're going to do, you guys. This was a tough day. Things just didn't work. Sometimes that happens. I'm probably just going to be done and, go on to the next day. So I'll kind of leave you guys there. Supreme, I mean, you're looking pretty good with that. I hope all the rest of you did all right. Better than me anyways. And we'll just touch base in the Discord. We'll touch base in the end of day analysis. Silver's breaking that support. So yeah, kind of a tricky FOMC day. So you guys got any questions before we wrap it up? No problem. Thanks, Supreme. Some days are like this. It's okay. I mean, if they drive this back down to the low into a pocket here, I mean, I might re-enter. Like if they decide to go one more test down here. It's just a very, very frustrating day. My pleasure. Look at this price action on NQ. Yeah, this is typical. I think it's just going to range heading into FOMC. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot going on. But with that said, if this comes back down here, I might buy it. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'd be willing to play the bottom side of the range with, bigger contracts just to see if you can get like 6-7 points at a time on 2 or 3 contracts, and you can do that a few times. That could add up. See where this goes. I might buy a test of that extension there. Oh, you're stopped? Sorry to hear that. It's that kind of day. Let's see where this goes. So far, I want that reaction level there to drop down. When it's up like that, makes it a little more tricky. Well, I mean, I'm glad I moved my stop to break even. I had a free run on 3 contracts, you know. Sometimes that'll hit and bang, you know. So we got about 4,000 contracts left. Noon Eastern, some volatility coming in. I think this could be the noon Eastern reversal, but I'm going to wait till that closes. See if it can flush it down a little more and see if the VolPro reaction support can drop down and flash for us. That would be nice. $2,000 contracts left. $800. There, it dropped. Look at that. Trying to reopen at 17 and a quarter. Oh boy, here we go. 17.75. All right, I'm in at 17.75. See if we can get any impetus to the upside. All right, I'm long 3 contracts from 17.75, but my stop's at break even this close because I don't have enough room to risk. I'm trying to do a miraculous comeback. We need a push. Oh boy. It'd be nice if it could get up and through those highs, but it's just not. I got to hold just in case it does. Kind of looking for a move back to like 24, 25 if possible. A little bit of luck on our side. See if we can be a broken clock and be right once a day, even though they're right twice a day. I mean, Nasdaq's trying to head back up. We need Nasdaq to take out that 60 level before our stop at break even gets hit on ES. mean, the good news is there's at least some buying, and we've got another, you know, chance at a runner on 3 contracts. If we could get a little help from maybe the S&P gods. We'll ask the S&P gods. I mean, any other day but FOMC day, you could see a nice little 10-handle squeeze, but today is just proving very difficult. Just the market's not giving a lot. Probably going to take me out at break even and then rip. Here we go. I mean, Nasdaq's still above 60, but ES is just getting sold into up there. We're still in miraculously. Nasdaq pushing 65, so it'd be nice if ES could play a little catch up. I mean, it wants to. No, Nasdaq getting sold into again here. 62, 63. I'm going to go get a drink of water, guys. I'm at break even. I'm expecting to be probably tagged and then have it rip, but it is what it is. I'll be right back. I'm back. Are we rich? Oh, we're still in at least. Not exactly rich, but we're in. I mean, now the question is, where are we going? I mean, be nice if we could just get a nice fast run. Yeah, I'm long too, Supreme, from wherever I'm long from. What did I say? 17 3/4. I'm kind of hoping I can catch a little bit of a runner here. But I am, because it's FOMC day, I'm a little confused on whether or not I should let this run or try to get it back piece by piece. I don't really have that answer. All right, on a day like today, I'm just going to close that out. I got like, you know, $500-600 back. It'll probably run now. You guys know how Murphy's Law works, but I'm like, okay, it's FOMC. You know, there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in this market. Maybe it's going to come back down. So anyways, at least I got a little bit of a win there. I mean, now it'll probably rip straight up to like 28. That's just kind of the way it does. But I just find this to be a tricky day. with FOMC, and FOMC is coming now in about an hour and 50 minutes. And here goes ES. That's how it works. Well, I know I said I was going to hold today. I really intended on it, but my reason for not doing it is just that the price action has been so bad that I'm like, maybe it's just going to range from now until FOMC. That would make the most sense to me. I'm like, okay, well, if I can keep buying, you know, dips in the bottom of the range and make, you know, 500, 500, 600, 500, that could be nice. But I'm probably more inclined to go surfing at this point. So yeah, I think I'm probably going to wrap it up here, guys. A losing day for me, but got a little back there in the end. And I don't know. I looked at today and asked myself, could I have done anything different? I suppose what I could have done and what I should do is just use my levels because they're very, very good. And usually I do just wait for the levels. But I thought Nasdaq was going to keep ripping. I didn't think we were going to come back down here. And that's just kind of the way it went. Had I not gotten into any of this stuff here and waited for a level, ES gave the flash, you know? So I suppose that's the lesson. Follow the system, wait for the levels. Today was a day I just decided to be a bit more aggressive, and it was not the right timing for aggression. This aggression will not stand. Is that Bush with Iraq? All right, well, let's see if ES can bomb back down to the bottom of the range. Maybe I'll buy 3 more contracts, but I'm probably going to jump off soon. That was Bush, right? And he called him Saddam instead of Saddam. Saddam, this aggression will not stand. Oh yeah. Thanks, AJ. Yeah, well, this is, you know, I appreciate that. And, you know, this is trading, right? We have good days. We have, you know, most days are pretty darn good, to be honest. And then sometimes we have some losing days and they happen. But one thing like I said, I'm working on is just, I want to be more consistently smart, aggressive. So had I had this mentality yesterday when I knew I was in that winning trade in the Russell, I would have added and added and added. And then that would have been a very, very nice, you know, probably a max winning day, $3,000-$4,000 in my Tradeifys. I don't really want to make more than $3,000 because I don't want to push my consistency rule up too much. But that's also how the prop firms make it hard, you know, especially the ones with the consistency rule. On a day that you know you're right and you want to keep adding, you know, like you would be able to make a lot more, but you don't want to go above that consistency rule and make it harder for you to get that payout, right? So at this point, I mean, like I said, I'll probably go, but I'll watch this for a little bit with you guys. At least it's moving now. So I would be looking for, since we still have this really nice flash here, we can see if we can exploit this flash a little bit more here. Lots of support. So if, you know, because FOMC is in an hour and 45 minutes, if this market is going to be quiet leading into that, then I would like to play this range, especially leaning against that higher time period support. I would love it if this thing came back down like that, try and maybe buy 3 contracts, you know, make another 500-600, take it off, buy another 3 contracts, make another 500-600, maybe something like this leading into FOMC. Would I short here? No, because I still think overall with the weekly and the daily charts, I mean, I would like to play the long side. And now we have that flash on the 100,000 volume chart for ES. So I would prefer to play the long side back down into that support, like around 16, 59, 16. It's kind of what I'm looking for. So yeah, we'll see what we do. There you go. Kind of coming back down a little. I think we might have some good range action leading into FOMC. We'll see. Maybe I'll just keep streaming. I don't know. I'll let you know. I'm here for now. What's Nasdaq doing? That's kind of ranging as well. I mean, you got a nice pocket resistance there, but I don't know. I think I like ES against that. At least we're in the support zone on the ES. Dow, Russell. Silver's trying to put in a nice flash here on into our support level. But again, that round trip is off-putting to me. Gold, here, we can look at these. So here's silver. See, trying to flash into here. But again, coming out of all that, I just don't know. Gold's kind of not doing a whole lot. I mean, silver could rip up out of here for sure, but I don't know. I'm going to wait. Copper's getting smoked. Platinum also trying to round trip. Bonds waiting for FOMC. Crude. Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe now the ES is going to get a trend going to the upside here. I mean, could happen, but I would wait for a pullback to try to relong. All right, guys, I'm watching. I'll keep the stream running for now. I'm just going to go grab a snack, okay? I'll be back. Well, there goes ES ripping like we wanted it to. Yeah, strange day with FOMC. All right, so we're working out some Sierra issues. I gotta check. Let me just figure this out here. 1 second. So okay, and 1 sec. All right, so we're working out some stuff with Sierra. Let's go back over here. So yeah, I mean, okay, I got out about 22 and now we're at 26 and there goes that trend run. But anyways, FOMC. David and Tim, are you guys here in the live stream or no? I'll ask you in Discord. Oh, Tim, you're there. Okay. So Tim, did you get my, can you here on the live stream, you can see this the screen here, Tim. So on the chart settings here, Tim, for the yearly, can you make sure your data range and file, can you try to load just a lot more data? Like try to load like, you know, 3, 4, 5 years of yearly data or quarterly data, because the way the DLL works is that it needs at least like 30 to 50 bars back. I think 30 bars back to start calculating. So maybe that could be the issue with the yearly and the quarterly, is that because it's a yearly bar. Anyways, try and set the yearly and quarterly back really far. You got 5 years, David? Okay. Try to do, can you do 20 years, David? Yeah, try to do 20 years on the yearly, and then, you know, on your bars back setting on your VolPro Edge, set that to like 50 and just see what that does. I think we got to play with the settings, and if that doesn't work, you know, then I'll just go back to the old DLL for now and just have Jonas continue working on it. Let's see what we got shaking while you guys are doing that. So there's ES. I mean, I think had I just waited for that support level right now, I'd be having a really good day. So NQ just kind of chewed me up and spit me out. I mean, this was just abysmal price action. But that happens. It happens. Day's not over. We're still here. We're still kicking. We're still breathing. I'd like to. I haven't been able to change it back farther than it is. Okay. And it's still, and what about your VPE input on the yearly, Tim? We'll get it worked out. I change it and apply, but the setting stays the same. Are you talking about the setting on the VPE inputs or on Sierra Charts, David? All right, I'm gonna test on Sierra. Okay, let me test something here. Give me a second, guys. We'll work it out while we wait for FOMC. In the meantime, we can all look at silver because I gotta check something over here. Let's put this over here for now. Okay, so let me just do something here real quick. So, go to so hang on. Chart settings. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm debugging. Yeah, hang on. Let's see. Oh, I see. Yeah, that should be historical. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm just testing something, you guys. Okay, hang on. We'll get it worked out. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I figured it out. Let me just. So, Tim and David, when you guys are actively trading ES or NQ or whatever you're doing on your volume charts, just make sure that your VPE input is at like 30 and make sure your bars back on your intraday chart is like 100 on Sierra. And then I think as long as you don't have like a ton of charts open, you should be at least you know, let me know if that's working okay. I think, Tim, you said it was, right? So then it was the yearly and the quarterly issue, but I believe I've just fixed that. So I'll show you. First, I have to put this back up here. One second, guys. Okay, so just on the your yearly chart here, go to chart settings, okay, and switch this here on, that's data limiting, the data limiting tab. Switch that to like 10,000, and it'll take a while to load the data. But once you load the data, then you'll see your yearly chart is populating. The reason is the way the coding works is that it has to go back. So if you don't have sufficient data loaded into the chart, it's not going to be able to calculate. So this is the same indicator you have right here. And now it's working on my yearly chart. And if you do the same thing on the quarterly chart, maybe do 10,000, do 5,000, whatever, you'll figure that out, what works. Yeah, but what's the delay, Tim? It's like, is it like a microsecond? Because that's just, the information from the server, back to the DLL. So it's that little microsecond that's going to happen, but it shouldn't be, shouldn't be like a massive delay. No, you don't need that chart, Ralph. You just have to have your settings. You've got the new DLL that allows you to go far enough back to do back testing. But if your yearly and your quarterly charts aren't loading the indicator with the new DLL, you have to switch. You have to make sure you have enough data on your yearly and your quarterly charts. You got to make that really far back. And then what I would recommend to keep the latency as low as possible when you're live trading, make sure you don't have a bunch of data for your back testing, right? Because that'll increase the latency between the information getting sent back and forth with the server. Does that make sense? So that's what I would say. And we can troubleshoot more later, but that at least solves the yearly and the quarterly issue. Restarting Sierra works, and then if I want yearly and quarterly, adjust things like you did here, but as it stands, we should be able to go back on the lower time frames. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you know what I'll do, Tim? I'll tell you what, guys, I think I have a really good solution. We'll just have, okay, so now the yearly and the quarterly are working, that's good. But if there's a little more latency now with that DLL, Tim, what I'll do when I talk to my developer is I will make sure, what we'll do is I'll have them split it up. So we have two DLLs, right? With two indicators. So I'll have him name one of them, like, VPE back testing. So that's the one you can use while you're back testing. And then your intraday charts that you want to trade with, we'll use the previous DLL you know, that maybe the latency is lower there. Does that sound good? Because then you can have both. Maybe that's the solution. Okay, cool. Nice. All right, we'll do that. I appreciate your feedback, you guys. We're working through it. Trust me, it's going to be well worth it. I mean, I can't wait to get the algos. Once we get everything like all settled with all this kind of stuff, I can't wait to get the algos going. Like crude would have been such a nice buy overnight while I was sleeping. All right, should we get back to some live trading, guys? I think as long as you guys, are you in good shape for now? Tim, like good enough shape? And David? If not, we can continue to troubleshoot a little bit. Okay, cool. And we'll get this worked out. I think, yeah, the two DLLs, two sets of indicators will be the right way to do it. And yeah, David, let me know how you're doing. So that was a nice little flash right there. I probably could have taken that, but that's no big deal. So you see, I just want to point this out for educational purposes, no other reason. But there's your extension right there. You're in the pocket here. We know we expect ranging for FOMC. There's a flash right there. So that's a good little short right there. Because we do expect ranging. So if we get back down here to these lows, I'm going to try to buy it because I think we're going to range for FOMC. So let's see. David, sounds good. Okay, cool, guys. Thanks, man. Appreciate your guys' patience. Let's see. I'm going to change my... Yeah, so with ES here, we got a lot of support down there by the lows. Okay. Yeah, well, you can, the last DLL, I'll make that available. I just got to talk to Jonas about, anyways, I'll tell him what we need. He'll do it within the next day or two. And then you guys will have, the last DLL you can use for all your analysis and your live trading, whatever. And then the other DLL, you can just have the indicator for that and load it onto your back testing charts. So then, you'll have both. And then just make sure while you're live trading, just have your back testing charts closed. So there's not like an enormous amount of data being sent back and forth, between the DLL and the server. But I think that'll work. That'll work well. So we got FOMC in about an hour. Oh, I still haven't eaten. I got to get that snack soon. It's about, let's see, it's 1 Eastern, so it's 11 here. That's good. My morning fast. Kind of a cloudy day. So yeah, I think ES and NQ are going to continue to range. Yeah, exactly, David. You'll have the back testing DLL, which really the DLL is just going to give you access. So when you go to custom indicators, I'll just make sure that you have 2 indicators. One of them will be like, VolPro Edge, indicators back testing, and one will be like VolPro Edge indicators live trading. And so then you'll be able to, set whichever one you want. Okay, cool, man. Sleep well. I know it's late. Hope you have good studies. All right, so now the question is with ES here, is this going to be the new range from here to here while we await FOMC, or are we going to go back down here? I mean, that's kind of hard to say, but I would kind of suggest we're probably in a range up here. I could probably take a little bit of a flyer, you know, buying support down here at like 21, you know, target up in here 26. Maybe try to make 5 points here and there. So we'll see on that. So let's see if we can, I mean, I'd probably be willing to short. This bar still has some time left, so, I mean, I'd be willing to short up in here like around 26 if it got there. Because I think we're going to range. I mean, I know I am more bullish on the day. I just kind of think we're going to range more right now in between. You got support here. That's the middle of the envelope here. You know, you got the daily true average now right there, you know, coming across, supporting that. So I guess I'll just trade from the long side. I'll look to buy if we come back down here. Look to buy right in there around 21. Maybe even 20.75. So I'm just going to kind of look to see if I can play the range a little for the next hour. I'll wait till that closes. I think it's better to work on closed bars. I don't want to get too crazy here. So let's just see where this bar closes. I think there's a lot of support there where it already tested and held for those reasons I just outlined. So maybe anywhere below 520. Yeah, NQ. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the meantime. Kind of a slow, boring day so far. Excuse me. 1 p.m. Got a little liquidity coming in here on the hour. Yeah, I'm still in favor of the long side. I mean, even though that's like a good temporary little short there off that flash, I mean, I probably wouldn't have taken it, to be honest, just because I still think the long side is the side for the day. Could end up being wrong, but at least we found some support down here at our first support level for ES and NQ, although it kind of chewed me up and spit me out earlier. It never has really gotten back to its support level. So that tells you so far it's pretty strong. We'll see what the FOMC minutes have to say, but probably nothing. I mean, my guess is that it'll be a nothing burger. It'll be stuff the market already knows. And then this market will maybe finish the day strong doing what we thought it might do at the start of the day. And I'd like to capitalize on that. I mean, right now I've rallied back a little bit. I'm down about $2,000 on my Tradeifys. So I'm willing at this point, if I finish the day down 3,700, which is max daily loss, I can live with that. And if I can get some good setups and try and run that back to even or positive, that's good too. So let's see what happens. The good news is, I got to say, guys, like, it's been an adjustment process for me, you know, trading like this in front of everybody, but I feel like I'm getting there now. I'm getting much more comfortable kind of just doing my thing and not caring about what happens, which is what you need to do when you trade in front of people. You've got to just not care. You got to follow your plan, and it is what it is. And it's something that takes a little bit of getting used to. So now we got a little bit of, so I think, yeah, now you can see some buying coming in. I think the long side will be the strong side. So I'm going to get a close. We'll just flop back and forth between ES and NQ. So if NQ is to come back down here somewhere, that could be a good long. If ES, but now we're pumping. The other markets are just kind of sitting there, so that's why I'm focusing on these right now. How are you guys doing? You got any questions? And now we're just seeing a ghost push. I'm gonna get a snack, you guys, so I'll just leave the stream running and I'll be back. Hey guys, I'm just hanging out waiting for FOMC here in 45 minutes. Having a little snack, just kind of checking in from time to time. We'll see what's going on. I mean, based on the analysis, FOMC aside, you know, I would want to see some good buy patterns the rest of the day. Look to get long and see if we can push. I think we can. So I'm going to just be checking in on NQ and ES to see if we get any good, like this one just kind of reversed out of that pocket, but if it closed down there, that would have been a good buy. NQ, same thing. I think you got a lot of support, so any kind of lower time period pocket right now, I'd probably look to buy before FOMC because I'm counting on a range. So let's see what happens. Other than that, I'm just cooking my lunch, which is my breakfast, because I didn't have breakfast. We're getting pinged on some stuff, but there's really nothing else. I mean, crude oil was the nice one. Really nice move on crude today. Gold and silver under a little bit of pressure, but waiting for FOMC. Nasdaq, FOMC tricky. ES gave cleaner price action today for sure. So, yeah. I'm going to keep checking in, you guys. I'll be here. Post any questions you got in the chat. I'm just going to have some lunch. I'll be checking back in, and we're waiting for FOMC. Hey, Andres. Yeah, man, just taking a break, eating some lunch, waiting for the FOMC. How you doing? I'm here, buddy. We got about 35 minutes, so I'm just looking to play the range here, pre-FOMC. I made a little back. Found it to be a tricky day though overall. So at this point, I do think the market is going to be strong. And yeah, Nasdaq especially here, this was just a disaster. And I should have waited for my levels. I didn't because I was really committed to the bullish picture, and it just was tough. I didn't expect it to be this pre FOMC chop. Yeah, lots of chop. Um, but ES gave a really nice flash. That's where I made some back here. But then I took profit. You know, I thought we were going to continue to chop, and it went a little higher. Anyways, that happens from time to time. So I'm going to see here if I get a buy opportunity down here into a pocket or something. I think ES is going to stay ranging. So I'm going to try to make a little money playing the range here before FOMC. And that's the whole point. Exactly. Yeah, tomorrow I'll put in a nice payout request with Top Step. That'll be cool. And I'm kind of like with these Tradify accounts now, I either got to get them to pay out in the next few days or blow them. And then when I reset, I'm going to go to the 150K growth, because signing up for the sim to funded, I realized that like, yeah, the growth account, you've got to pass the eval, but that's not a problem for me. And then you get a 35% consistency rule and a lower payout threshold. Whereas with the sim to funded, you have 20% consistency rule and higher payout, threshold you got to meet. So that's why I'm just like, I got to get the show on the road here. And my life has been last little bit of time with the new baby has been getting into the new routines, get everything balanced. So I'm excited to kind of get everything landed and get going again. So let's see what we got for Nasdaq. Yeah, kind of same thing. Pocket pushing up, and I'm ES will probably do the same. Look, down, push back up. Now there's some buying coming in, but I'm kind of waiting to see if if it closes down in here into a nice pocket, then I would like to buy it and try and get 5 points, 6 points, try and chip away at my deficit before FOMC. But I think our support level here for ES now, maybe we'll see. FOMC can be kind of crazy. We all know that. But this is just the minutes, it's not really. So I think it's going to be kind of a nothing burger. And, all this bullshit awaiting, I think we're just going to resume on our lovely way to the upside and could see a strong finish. I mean, we could still see ES finish up around 59.80 because I think we have a clear shot to 6,000 over the next couple days. So I'm expecting bullishness. I really am. So it seems like every time we pop down into, the pocket, we just get scooped up like that. And that would make sense. That's kind of what I was expecting that, the New York Open. I was just kind of, you had that ramp up and, we were breaking all that. I thought, hey, we're going to keep going up here. Would have made my day a lot better, but it didn't happen. So this is going to close here on ES in about 2,700 contracts, and I just kind of would like it to come down here. Give a little bit of a buy maybe. The baby is crying. Little Olivia is hungry. So we've got about 30 minutes till FOMC. I just expect a lot of chop. $500 contracts left to that. I'll try to buy down around 24. Not filled yet. Traded 24, just didn't fill. I'm filled. I'm just trying to see if the range holds a little bit. But I'm going to be very conservative. If it goes my way at all, I'm moving to break even. And if it breaks this support, I'm going to have to get out immediately. All right, I'm out with a break even. I think I lost a tick or something, but that support right there, I was kind of betting on getting filled there and having it push back up, but the fact that it's breaking a little lower, I'll just take a one tick loss. I'm just trying to scalp a little pre-FOMC. There's a good support down here at that low. I'll try to buy there again. You got an extension hiding right behind there. That would be, you know, down around 21-ish. So I got an order at 21 now, which is basically this right there. You got that extension. You can just see it kind of hiding right there. And it's at the middle of the envelope and the true average for the higher time period bar. So let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't just slam straight through there. And would like something to be easy today. That would be nice. Let's see. Nasdaq's not pulling back that much yet. Famous last words, perhaps? Anyways, I got the order to buy 21 here on ES. And I'm kind of hoping it just sucks back up and goes back up to 29 or 30. After I get filled, of course, would be nice. Got an alert there for hogs, but we're not trading the hogs right now. Yeah, I'm trying to get long, Ralph, at 59.21 here on ES. We'll see if that proves to be fatal or not. Because we have an extension there on the 20,000 volume, just hiding behind the true average of the 100,000 right there. At least I got my standing. I can stand now, you know. When I sit, it just drives me nuts. I don't know how. Any of you guys that sit, you should try standing. The first like week or two, you got to get used to it. But once you're used to it, man, it's like, I feel like it's so much easier to focus and keep the energy stable. Oh yeah, I mean it's just pre-FOMC range. Still got about 24 minutes. Trying to get long here at 59.21. Maybe get lucky, get a 10-point bounce. I can make a little back before FOMC. I just feel very confident in the long trade today. So just kind of living and dying by that. So far, not so much living as much dying. So I'm looking at the Nasdaq over here. Still got about 10,000 contracts to be traded on this current 20,000 contract bar for ES. There to the right. See, I'd like it to fill me and then pop. And if it doesn't, I'll just have to take a loss again. There's an extension right there, which is kind of what I'm betting on. I'm filled. If it starts going up, I got to move to break even very fast. If it starts breaking down, I will cut very fast. So far, I'd like to see it suck back up more than this. The fact that it's sitting here is not making me nuts about it. I'd like it to suck up a little so I can move to break even. All right, I'm going to break even. 21. If it takes me out, it takes me out. I got 2 contracts on, so it's a free trade to try and catch 5 or 10 points. But the way today's going, it'll probably take me out at break even and then go. But you know, some days you get lucky and go. And the reason I'm moving to break even so fast is because we have, 20 minutes to go till FOMC. So it's probably not a lot of liquidity here right now. But, let's see if I can get. I would be looking to get back up to the top of the range if it works, or it's going to take me out at break even. So it's like, we'll see. If anything, at least the entry was good. But this market's given no freebies today. So I'm counting on it coming back down, taking me out at break even. That was an alert for gasoline. What's Nasdaq doing? Be nice if Nasdaq could suck up. Trying. But we're very close to FOMC now, so it might really just sit here. We'll see. Oh, stretching a little bit, stretching the legs. Oh. Supreme still long? Yeah, I'll close before the news as well. I'm probably going to get taken out of break even right now and then probably just wait for FOMC. Probably a lot of people had the same idea I did. Try to get in at that low and move to break even and get a freebie. So therefore, they'll probably run it back down and take us all out. But I'm just not willing to risk anything on this right now. Ooh, stretching my legs. I'm almost out. Still in, but one tick away. I'm out. Oh, yeah. It's good. It's a new stream record. 5 hours. Yeah, that's true. Well, this is, this is how it'll be some days, and some days will be shorter like yesterday, and, it's all good. I think, if we get a pocket down here on the 100,000, I mean, to me, that would be a buy for maybe something like this. I might take that into the FOMC. I mean, at this point, it's going to be a max daily loss or a nice recovery. But see, I'm glad I got out at break even there. Some days, like what I'm realizing, I'm so good at picking entries. I've got to get more aggressive at getting more entries and then moving to break even sooner. And yeah, take a lot of break evens, a lot of small losses, but then the ones that you hold and they start going a little and you start adding, I mean, it's a pretty good playbook. One win can pay for a lot of losses. That's probably a little exhaust right there. I wouldn't be surprised to see it push back up from here. Just take out some stops below this low right here. But now we're 17 minutes away from FOMC. So there's just not a lot of volume here right now. So I'm not going to do anything. Although I think it's, probably going to push up. We're right back at the daily true average right here. It's just tough to, I mean, FOMC minutes are not really, I don't know, they're not like that big of an announcement. So I just think it's going to be a nothing burger. I'm tempted to get back in. Try to get in at like 1950, although this the train might be already leaving the station here, but you know, there was some support there. I know we are getting close to FOMC, but it's the minutes. Trying to get in at 1950, thinking that if there are some people that got in there, they move their stop to break even. So if they run it back down there and I get lucky and I get filled and it pops a few ticks, I would go to break even quickly. If it slams through me, I would cut it quickly. Because if I was up on a position heading into FOMC, you know, I would put my stop at break even. I don't think it's going to be that much slippage. So I'd probably hold it and see if you get lucky. I think we're headed higher. I should have bought that, I think, on that first. Right back to the daily true average. There's a lot of support there. Still trying to get long at 1950, but we'll see if it gets down there. What a reversal in natural gas today. I mean, incredible. That's why they call it the Widowmaker. So probably ES is not coming back here. NQ probably gave a nice little buy there, I would bet. No, it hasn't closed yet. Still got the order on ES 1950. ES still looks better to me because you're at that first daily support level. So now I'm just seeing if I can get lucky, get filled at 1950, quickly move to break even, and then see what happens. That order is still in. Russell's leaking. Dow is holding. NQ. It's a nice little pocket right there on NQ. Probably going to push up, I would guess. Let's see. Trying a long on NQ from 73. See if it can just pop a little bit, and then I can do the same thing and move to break even. If it starts to really drop, I just cut it and take a small loss. Just be nice if it could just pop up to like 75. Okay, I'm out of that. That was fun. Let's look at ES. Lost about 120 bucks. My ES 1950 didn't get filled yet. What I'm trying to do here is see if I can get into something heading into the minutes with a stop at break even and just get lucky on a wicked spike. So I still got the order at 19 and a half for ES. It may prove to be fatal, but let's see. Hey, 5 points is 5 points. It's nice. I don't think that's bad at all. Still got my order at 1950. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for some good volatility after the minutes. Still trying to get in at 1950 to see if I can get a little pop, go to break even, and just pray for surf. Yeah, I'll cancel that order. I mean, we've got 8 minutes to go. We'll just have to see now. My guess is up off of FOMC minutes. The question is, I mean, if we get, this is going to close here in 9,000 contracts, this 100,000. I mean, if this closes down into a pocket down here, I probably have to buy it even before the minutes. NQ is just kind of lollygagging. Haven't even tested the level yet. I kind of like ES better, on the announcement just because it's thicker. So let's see what we got shaking. I want to look for a long, but it just depends, if it's going to spike down first. If anything, it's going to be fun. We're right at this good support level. I mean, I was really kind of thinking, I mean, this whole zone right here on ES is stacked. You can see you've got true average, core DML support, envelope bottom. I mean, and that's why, sorry, envelope top, all that is, I mean, technically, I guess we could adjust this down to the daily envelope top right there. So that's the zone. I'd be looking for this zone to hold and depending on the minutes, I mean, I still see possibility for the daily here to push like this up to 59.80 because I don't see a lot in our way. I see kind of clear sailing to 6,000 this week for ES. The question is, are they going to try and drive it back down here, give a daily close, and then do that? I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. So let's see if there's any information about the minutes. Any speculation? So let's see what Zero Hedge has to say. Yeah, there goes ES. That's what I was looking for, you know? Get filled at that 1950. It just didn't come back, and then move to break even and be in a free trade heading into FOMC. Let's see, I'm just reading here. 3 weeks after FOMC left rates unchanged. Unanimous vote. We'll get the minutes of the meeting. Uncertainty around economic outlook increase. Higher unemployment, higher inflation. Yeah. Huh. So I think it's going to be a nothing burger to drive this market higher. That's my best estimation. We got 3 minutes. We'll find out. Gonna have to be quick on my fingers here. I mean, what I would love is to see some kind of a flush down, because we've been going down the whole day, right? So imagine if they flush it down, they could suck in some shorts and then rip it high. Hey, what's up, Darren? How you doing? Yeah, I think that's not a bad place to be long. We got the FOMC minutes coming out in about 2 minutes, so I'm kind of waiting. It could, we'll see what happens. I'm looking to get long. I just not having a great day, so just trying to rally back. I'm bullish for sure. All right, we got about 2 minutes. What's the latency, guys, on YouTube? You can see my clock up here. I've got 58 minutes and about 20 seconds. See if we can get a opportunity here. FOMC is in a minute and 10 seconds. A few seconds? Okay. It's good to know, Darren. Thanks. I mean, on my 100,000 volume chart, we got 3,500 contracts left. If this closes into a pocket down here, I'm going to have to buy it. You know? All right, we got 45 seconds. $25 seconds. See what they do with it. $10 seconds. But still 3,000 contracts to trade on the higher time period. 3 seconds. Let's see. We get a pocket down there. I'm buying. So far, not a lot. But, you know, the algo's got to digest the language. I'm looking to see if we can just get a retest of the lows to get long. We've got 2,500 contracts left to be traded on that 100,000 volume bar right here. So I want this to come down. Nasdaq is still sitting, maybe wants to push. ES kind of laggarding. Nasdaq, yeah, there's that pocket I wanted. So I guess the minutes were kind of a nothing burger so far. Kind of as expected, right? What we've been waiting for all day. Just have to see here. Try to get long at like 22. Maybe 22.25. Probably just gonna go now. Nasdaq's trying to go. Just looking for maybe a move down to 24. A little below 24. I'm just watching. I think we're pushing. I think the Fed was a nothing burger. I'm going over to NQ. What a dead market, huh? Even gold and silver didn't do anything. I think doing nothing is good. I'll try to get long Nasdaq at like 482. Yeah. So pretty much a nothing burger, right? Definitely, probably after the open, I would guess. The charts are so bullish right now. I think we could, on this nothing burger, we could push back to the highs. So trying to get long at like 82 on the Nasdaq. I could be dead wrong. So far today, I have been. Ooh. Almost got filled. Literally came to about a couple ticks from filling that 82 long. Probably about now, Luke. Good to see you, man. Normally I would call it a day, but because we haven't had that much movement, and I think these charts, the weekly and the daily are still so bullish, I just kind of think we can push, but I might be wrong. So far today, I'm wrong. So I'm long at 82. Let's see if this proves to be smart or unsmart. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, normally I like to be done by this time, but we'll see. I have some thoughts on the Nasdaq here in a moment, but I just kind of want to see what this does here. I'll share my thoughts with you in a second. Just trying to see if this thing can get going a little bit to the upside. Because those FOMC minutes didn't tell us anything new. Like, yeah, the Fed sees risks, they're waiting. I mean, we already knew that. I'm just seeing if we can get congestion exit here on the lower time period. But so far, it's just struggling. There's just not a lot of volume right now. It's very quiet. We're just not seeing the volatility we normally see, right? Sometimes the Nasdaq will just, when you get in and you're in on the right direction, it'll just bang, you're up 20 points. You can move to break even, you can add. I mean, I'm in from 82, but it's still not like, I want to see this sucker go. If we get into the 9, I'll probably move to break even soon just because I'm not like crazy about this trade. So I'm at break even. If it comes back, it comes back. I mean, this thing, it's the second time now it's trying to exit congestion. So if it's going to exit, it needs to exit. And if it wants to come back and take me out, it's going to just be one of those days again. Yeah, ES, you see coming back. It's just choppy. I might have to call it a day soon if this gets taken out at even, which it probably is kind of looking like it's going to. And just chalk it up to a tough day and, move on. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels like one of those days, Sometimes you just get those days. I'm on NQ also. So D, nice. That's smart. It'd just be nice if we can get an explosive move to the upside, It's trying, but so far all day it's just been getting sold into. We just haven't seen any of that, that you guys know the movie Scent of a Woman? It's like, hooah! We haven't seen any of that hooah today. But maybe the Nasdaq wants to surprise us and rip back to the highs. That would be nice. I mean, I'm at break even at 82. I can't take it off here. I have to try to catch something. I mean, for now it does, Andreas. I'm with you. This market has tested my patience today. So I'm kind of, it's the recency bias where I'm like, okay, here we go. Another false breakout. We'll see. I'm in another trade with the stop at break even. So it'd be nice if the gods could smile on us a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I expected us to test up into 21.6 or higher today, So I'm just gonna see if I get lucky and can hold a runner through the end of the day, or I'll just get taken out at break even right now. Yeah, structure wise, I like it too, structure wise. It's just I'm like, where's the volume, right? It's like, normally we see these big orders hitting the tape when Nasdaq starts to move, and right now we're not seeing any big orders. It's just lollygagging. You see, it's very slow. You can see it on the tape. We need a clear 500 on some volume. There's 500. Let's see if the volume comes in. Oh gosh, yeah, no, this day has been just abysmal from a price action perspective. I'm like, okay, should I add here? I mean, I don't trust this market right now. I'm at break even from 82. It's probably going to come back down. Oh, Darren, you had a great day to sleep in today, man. I wish I slept in. Like the price structure here looks clean. I'm just not seeing, the impetus on the tape. You're not seeing this, big orders come in. I mean, nothing's moving. Gold is doing nothing. That's why I kind of think this is going to come back to my break even, because you need the volume to sustain these moves. And right now there just is none. So I do think Bill was right. We're probably just going to have to wait until tomorrow. And you can already see here on the live chart, it's kind of looking like it wants to, this will be a beautiful level for tomorrow right there. So I think that's probably what it's setting up for. Be nice if we get a little higher. I don't think we will. It just looks like another false breakout. But I can't cut it, although trust me, I'm tempted to. It's like earlier with ES, I had a good entry down there, and then I just thought we were going to range, and had I held that, though, that would have made a big difference. I mean, ES is trying to go. I just think we're headed back down. I'm just going to take 200 off right there. It'll probably explode to the upside now, guys. That's how trading works. But it's an abysmal day. So I think I'm gonna leave it there, you guys. It's, you know, we gave it a good shot. I mean, look at I think a couple things for me. I did not expect this tight range today. And look, maybe power hour, it'll explode. The volume will come in. I have no idea. But right now, 6 hours of staring at this, I can't do anymore. This has been a very tight range on the daily. I did not expect that. And on the Nasdaq, I was too aggressive too early, and I paid the price. You know, some days I'm going to be aggressive early, and I'm going to be rewarded for it. So no real damage done. I'm down a little bit on my Tradeifys, but you know, those are what they are. I'll be requesting a $9,000 payout from Top Step tomorrow. That'll be nice. I just got to get one more $200 day, and you know, the show must go on. So I'm expecting just a lot of, you know, just a lot of nothing the rest of the day. So if you are going to trade, probably turn on your range strategy, and I would say to do it from the long side, because I do think it's going to be more supported than not. But yeah, I'm just going to leave it there, you guys. Thanks for being here. That was a long stream. Some days are like, this is trading, right? Not every day gives you amazing opportunities. And we've been spoiled with the volatility, right? There's been a lot of good volatility the last several years. So hopefully we don't go into a period of low volatility. I don't think low volatility is possible with Trump as the president. As long as he's got access to a mobile phone and Twitter doesn't block his account, I think we'll have volatility. Yeah, exactly, Ralph. That's all you can do. I mean, I didn't really protect capital. I lost, but you know, I haven't had a decent sized losing day in a while. So when they happen, you got to take them and just regroup. So that's where I'm at. Nice, Supreme. Yeah, I could see it coming back down into the low of this range. We'll see. Anything's possible. Oh yeah, one way or the other on these accounts or more accounts, it all balances out and goes like that. That's all I can do. All right, guys, thanks for being here. I will be back with the end of day analysis in about fucking 45 seconds. That'll be in a little while, but I got to go to the beach and take a swim and just kind of clear my head. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the chat. I'll see you at the end of day analysis. Take care. Thanks for being here.